Hello there, Toyfell. Hello, hello. Do you know the mobile Twitch app had a UI change, and that's one of the worst things I've seen recently? That's always how it happens. Uh, that's always how it is. They have to keep messing around with the UIs, and then moving things around makes things uncomfortable, and the change doesn't always seem worth it. Chances are, really isn't worth it most of the time. Sometimes maybe it might be worth it, and you just don't know as a user, but yeah. No, great. I agree. Okay, I'm gonna go put up some tea. I'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, god damn it. I missed Toggle. Hello, everybody. And have a nice lunch, Toggle. Man. Sorry. I was busy with my tea. So, well, hello, everybody. For the new people here, I think you already did in the title. I'm working on an HTML parser for my static site generator. I already have one. I am using three-seater, but I want to switch away from three-seater to my own stuff. And so I don't know, I started working on it a couple of days ago. Then Johnny Marler recommended I tried out his tokenizer implementation. And because he wrote it following like official specs, which is great. But that also at the same time, it's not exactly what I would define a tokenizer. And because it's interesting, usually a tokenizer, at least the way I've experienced it, they tend to be stateless and they only give you, you know, tiny chunks of text. They do not a lot more than splitting on spaces. I'm oversimplifying it. They do more than splitting on spaces, but it's kind of the abstraction level where they tend to operate in. While this tokenizer is doing way more than that, and it has a state. And apparently, according to the official spec, which Johnny Marler, sorry, I said that he wrote it according to the official spec. That's what he based it on. But then I believe he was saying that he simplified things, did things in a different way from one point forwards, because apparently, according to the HTML spec, your tokenizer has like interactions with the parser, which is wild. Like as I was reading that stuff, it seemed like completely insane to me. But in any case, this seems a good starting point, at least for now. But I wanted to make some changes. So, hello, not like this, not like this. What's your take on Zig versus Rust? I don't know. What's your take on Zig versus Rust? I know, not very polite to answer a question with another question, huh? But I don't know. Okay, give me a starting point. There's a lot of things, right, that you could, a lot of ways in which you could evaluate languages, lots of perspectives. Tell me one perspective that you care about, and I'll start from there. Does not flex bison interact between each other? That is a good question. I don't know, but I'm not big on those type of parser generators. So if I have to be honest, that's like we had courses in university about that stuff that I never really cared much about. And I like my general perspective on parsers, which, by the way, I'm not trying to sell to you as particularly enlightened, but I just feel like for now I am enjoying the process of writing them by hand. I know that it is tedious, and I know that having things, you know, generate a parser and a tokenizer and everything else from a grammar, it's not bad, fair. But I like doing things manually, mainly because my ultimate goal is to have these things be robust enough to work inside of an LSP. And a parser that works inside of an LSP is very different from what Flex and Bison give you, as far as I'm aware, because they need to be able to recover from errors, in a sense. Actually, error recovery is one strategy, but one way or another, they need to be able to not give up the instant they encounter an error. So let's see, I haven't written Zig. I have some experience in Rust, trying to understand when I can use Zig. Okay, so I'll give you an incomplete answer, because I think they give you like a full answer of Zig versus Rust. There's probably way too much stuff, but at least I'll give you one perspective. My impression is that from a practical perspective, you can probably use either language where you would use the other, as in they both are languages where you can compile to a native, to machine code. They can interoperate with C and C++. You can do low-level stuff with them. You have bindings to, well, not only you can do low-level stuff, you can also do high-level stuff with them. There are obviously some differences, but I would say in terms of like what can you do with one or the other, they are very similar. As like to give you instead of an example of where things are not that similar, think for example, I don't know, Rust versus Python. Python is very high level. You can't really do with Python all the things that you can do with Rust, or at least not even like if you say in the realm of like of things that you can do rationally, you can't. Of course, both Turing complete languages, so you can also do complicated stuff with Python. It's just not going to be it's not going to be easy for you. Zig and Rust is much more closer, but where things are not close at all between Zig and Rust is in terms of how focused they are on certain aspects of systems programming. So for example, Zig cannot only interoperate with C and C++, but it can also compile C and C++. So having C dependencies in Rust, it's a pain in the ass. It's a pain in the ass more or less how it is a pain in the ass with other languages, right? Having a C dependency in a Python project, it is like it can work, but it is a pain in the ass to some degree. And unfortunately with Rust, it's kind of the same, because Rust doesn't concern itself with compiling C and C++ code. So in that sense, Rust is kind of like Python. Zig instead is a C and C++ compiler. So for example, my static site generator, I mentioned that I depend on Trisitter. Trisitter is a C library. So I'm in the process of getting rid of it because I want to have full control over how everything works. But right now, it's not really that annoying for me to depend on Trisitter, because for me, it's still Zig build. The Zig compiler is able to build Trisitter. It compiles C and C++ code, but it also has a build system. So I don't even depend on make or CMake. I don't need any of that shit. I can just use Zig to compile Trisitter, and it just works. So the experience there is much more seamless, and to the point where like Zig is a solution as a tool chain. Zig is a solution to problems in the C, C++ ecosystem. Like they make these things usable for real. In a way that Rust just does not, and Rust doesn't even attempt to do that. So, from that perspective, Zig takes this stuff more seriously than Rust. A second point of difference is that Rust is, in some ways, more high level than Zig, in the sense that with Rust you have iterators, you have operator overload, you have RAI, right? You have the drop trait, you have a lot of language constructs that Zig just doesn't have. And in some ways, people sometimes say that Rust is to C++ what Zig is to C. So newer versions of what the older language was, with some improvements, plenty of improvements. But philosophically, like in terms of philosophy and in terms of like what you consider to be a good feature or not, Zig tends to be closer to C, Rust tends to be closer to C++. For example, the drop stuff. Zig doesn't do drop, Zig has defer. So, so there's that. What I would say is, if you try out Rust and you like Rust, like you're comfortable with Rust and you like the way things are done in Rust, you're not really gonna need Zig. Unless you have like a need to interoperate with C and have C stuff work for you in a more seamless way. So like you have a job need, but like from the perspective of, oh, I'm a developer and I want to learn a language and for my own interest. If you like Rust, keep using Rust. If you use Rust but then decide that you don't like the metaprogramming, you feel like the metaprogramming is a little bit too much for what you are used to, or you like the way you like to express your programs. If you feel like libraries tend to be overly abstracted a little bit and you want something simpler, then maybe you might be interested in Zig. But I would say ultimately, I feel like that Zig and Rust cater to different sensibilities. So, as I was saying, if you're happy with Rust, Zig is not going to be an alternative for you, or at least not an interesting one. Again, unless you have specific needs that pertains in C++. But for example, again, to draw a parallel, you know how you have projects, like popular projects, that still today prefer C over C++. So here's the point that I want to make. It is a choice to some degree. Like, it's not just like the drop trait is not inherently good. It's a preference. You can use, it's a tool that has some good things that come to it and some drawbacks. And it ultimately depends on how well it fits in your hand. So you have, for example, the Linux kernel. The Linux kernel is a C project, and it does not want C++, right, in it. Redis, well, before recent events where things went to shit, but Redis, for the longest time, has been a project that a lot of people use, and it was always C, not C++. And then if you try to understand why, when you look into it, you will find that the people who work on these projects have a particular way of, well, it's not really particular, but they have a specific way of developing their software, a specific set of things that they care about more or less. And so that led them to the choice of wanting to avoid C++. I think Git might also be in the same boat. I'm actually not sure. Can somebody tell me if Git is C or C++? It comes from Torvalds, right, originally, so I'm guessing it started at C, most probably. It's still C today, okay. Cool, yeah. So here's another one. So long story short, like, at least for now, there is no ultimate winner when it comes to which is the best software development approach between, like, is it more like C++ or more like C? At least for now, it's something considered to be like your personal preference. So that's the idea. That's where Zig can make sense. I was learning how to do interfaces in Zig, mimicking the standard library allocator. It was fun understanding how it works, and the cost of using interfaces wasn't easy. Now I'm guessing how much boilerplate you had to write. Yeah. So with regards to interfaces, here's what I can tell you. It is not certain that Zig will never have interfaces. Zig might gain interfaces in the future. Now, whether these interfaces will be runtime polymorphism, so we're talking about vtables, like here what Segmentina is talking about. Maybe it will be like this, maybe it will not. Maybe it will be just a way of being more precise with generics, basically. So that would be a more precise tool than AnyType, because you use AnyType. AnyType is a form of generics, or, well, it's not the only way, but you get the idea, right? That would be like, if you have a more precise tool to define interfaces that is an alternative to AnyType, you're not doing runtime polymorphism, you're doing comp time interfaces. So I don't know which is going to be. Oh, it is not guaranteed that it's going to be anything at all, but as far as I know, it is not off the table, so it might come. That said, when it comes to runtime polymorphism, there is an advantage in having interfaces being not a tool that you reach into the language blindly. Honestly, I've done a lot of higher level programming in the past. I've done a lot of Go before joining Zig, and I kind of had to detox myself, because I was tempted to make interfaces out of a lot of things that ultimately didn't really need to have an interface or be an interface. Again, it depends on what you want to focus on. I've done enterprise software development. I understand why people use and abuse interfaces there. Like at a certain abstraction level, an interface, it's a design pattern. But for Zig, given the space that Zig exists in, an interface cannot be completely decoupled from the implementation details. For Zig, an interface, it's not just a design pattern, or not even mainly. It is partially a design pattern, but it is also partially a vtable or a tagged union. So it is something that at some point, one way or another, introduces runtime polymorphism, whether it is through a function pointer, whether it is through a tagged union, so an enum case, or some other mechanism. But it is also that. So interface, when you're saying interface in Zig, you have to include in that thought also the implementation to some degree. But you don't do that, right, in higher level programming languages. You don't do that in Java. You don't do that in Go. And so a lot of the things that you learn, like in university, is going to be information about how to use interfaces as a modeling tool, as a design pattern. And you're being taught that it's a good idea to do that, right? Just like you were being taught that object orientation is the best possible way of doing software design. But then there was a new wave of languages, including Rust, where you don't do object orientation at all. So what's my point here? I guess my point is that I don't think we should dismiss completely the utility, like the usefulness of interfaces as a modeling tool. But at the same time, what tends to be generally discourse around interfaces doesn't fully make sense in the Zig ecosystem, and there is something that you could genuinely learn by looking at interfaces also from a mechanical perspective, and not only from a more abstract modeling perspective. If you're tired of spending all your time twiddling with types in Rust and you want to work on your application instead, maybe Zig is for you. Here's the Johnny Mahler hot take. So yeah, and as you can see, then all the opinions come. So I just want constraint any type. Well, see you later, the Teufel. Okay. I think when people talk about interfaces, they mean schemas, and those can be comp-timed. Hello, Ains. I think they do that often, but I don't think that's always the case. Sometimes people do want interfaces. But here's I think the thing. I'm not saying they need interfaces. I'm saying they want interfaces. They want runtime polymorphism. But the keyword is want, not necessarily need. I do think that the actual need for runtime polymorphism is way less than people think it should be. Because oftentimes people use interfaces that, like an implementation of interfaces that implies also runtime polymorphism, and they use that to create what you call schemas, or maybe like if we were to use Rust lingo, it would be a trait. So they want a trait, but then it doesn't have to be dynamic. And I guess from that perspective, Rust is great, right? The Rust has comp-time traits. I don't know. Like I think a normal trait doesn't include runtime polymorphism at all, but a DYN, like a dynamic trait, does. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know these are like two different things that interoperate, but you can do one without the other. Okay, so here's a starting draft of how my parser is going to work. So I'm going to create an AST of nodes. Each node can be a doc type, an element, comment, a text. Here I have to decide what else to put in here, like start tag, end tag. Also, I'm going to have indices because I want to slap those inside an array list. So the question is, should I do this? Start tag, end tag? That's also an interesting question, because the problem here is that not everything will have an end tag. ideally everything will have a start tag, and like we could say that the start tag is not necessarily a start tag, like an opening tag, because for example comments, I think I don't know if you can really identify an opening tag precisely. I guess you could say that the opening tag is the lower than bang dash dash, but in any case, okay, you know what, maybe for comments you can pull it off, it's fine. But for stuff like self-closing or like void tags, they don't really have an end tag, so maybe this is a waste. But at the same time, like, man, having an end tag is useful, so maybe we can make this optional. I would say to not go not stress too much performance right now, just make it work. There's also, I think there's also element, maybe I should have element void and element self-closing, so that I can say, look, this element is self-closing, so, oh, but you know what, we can, I don't need this, because we can check if the element is self-closing from this token. Do you have a way to tell if a tag is self-closing yet? I think my repo has a file just for that. I think what you mean when you say self-closing, I think you mean void. Because self-closing means this is self-closing, so that we are clear. This is a self-closing tag. This is a self-closing div. Instead, meta, for example, is a void tag. So a void tag doesn't have to be self-closing. This meta, like any parsers, they won't expect this meta to have a closing meta tag anywhere, because they know that meta is a void tag. The HTML spec recognizes all tags on whether they are self-closing or not. For example, HR. Yeah, no, I guess, sorry, my point, I guess, is that I'm nitpicking on the nomenclature. What you call self-closing, I believe the correct term is void, while self-closing is instead this. Self-closing is you took a non-void tag, so a tag that expects to have a closing tag, and instead you use the shorthand, and that is the shorthand's notation, and that is a self-closing tag. That is how I understand it. So let me, we can Google a little bit to see if this tracks or not. So HTML void tags, void element. Yeah, so this is the list of void elements. And this is also what you were referring to. HR is in this list, I believe, right? Yes. HR embed call. There's also meta, right? I didn't make that up. Yeah, meta. Source track. WBR. The fuck is WBR? The line break opportunity element. Okay. Yes, I think you were referring to void. So void tags don't need to be self-closing. I believe actually that making them self-close, so doing like br/ is considered, I think it's tolerated, but it is not considered really correct. If a trading / character is present at the start tag of an HTML element, the HTML parser ignores. Yeah, you see, self-closing tags instead is this. Self-closing tags do not exist in HTML, apparently. If a trading / character is present at the start of an HTML element, HTML parsers ignore the / character. This is especially important to remember for elements such as script or UL. They do require a closing tag. In this case, adding a training / in the start tag does not close the element. Instead, the training / is ignored. That said, yeah, I mean, I think that's what they write here, but I do believe that that's not what people do, actually. I wear some code formatters at the training / characters to the start tags. Avoid elements to make them XHTML compatible and more readable. Yeah. So another thing that happens in practice is that I can promise you though that this has semantic meaning for a lot of HTML parsers. I guess more or less because of what's written here. But in practice, for example, when I added my new tags, the ones like the super tag, for example, that I use in my templating language, the three-seater parser was assuming that it was, before I started self-closing it, it started assuming that a bunch of other things were inside of it. But then I started self-closing it, and the HTML parser understood that there was like a tiny tag that didn't have any body, and that what was after wasn't meant to be inside of it. It was supposed to be like a sibling. So in practice, doing this has a meaning. It is useful. It is good. So anyway, in any case, this is the list of magic tags that don't need that. Okay. So as I was saying, I don't think I need self-closing because I think it might be worth doing element void so that we don't need to recheck which case we're in. But element self-closing, it's not needed because we have this information in this tag. And also making this optional is like more of a debug thing because in reality, yeah, in reality we don't really care. Or rather, because we should know, like we could even leave this memory uninitialized when there is no end tag, because let me think about it for a moment. No, I'm actually wrong, because we could have a normal tag that opens and never closes because of a syntax error, or like just because it's missing from the source code. So we need to know if it is there or not in some cases. In some other cases we don't, but in some we do. Okay, so you know what? Let's leave it optional as it is now. Now, here's another problem. Attributes. What do we do with attributes? We kind of have two options. One is we store them somewhere in a list. Another one is we don't, and we reparse them every single time starting from this token. So every time we need the attribute list of an element, it just gets reparsed on the fly. Well, I guess it gets retokenized for a weird definition of tokenization. So that's one way of doing it. You know what? I'll go with that for now. Okay, so the idea is when you want to make a new AST, we initialize a tokenizer. We initialize a parser. By the way, the parser, like the difference between the parser and the AST is that the parser, it's like the AST plus extra state needed to build the AST, but that then it's not going to be needed anymore after we're done. So it's kind of like scaffolding that then we get rid of. So the idea is that we do the parser stuff, and then we return the AST by doing .nodes equals p dot nodes to own slice. Errors, p dot errors. Come on, give me to own slice. That's kind of the idea. That's kind of what we want to do. I've written an HTML parser and XPath like library in C89 that I currently use in Zig. Oh, wow. But it doesn't strictly follow the HTML spec, but it can deal with broken HTML. Yeah, that's also kind of what I want to do. I don't want to follow the HTML spec to a T either. Yep. Okay. So this is kind of the idea, right? And so we keep looping over tokens. We grab a new token, and then I guess we need to do something with the token. So we need to give it to the parser somehow. I think in my previous implementation, I had a bunch of logic in here in this loop, and then basically had the parser only contain like helper functions. I don't know if I want to keep it this way or what, but maybe it would make sense to just pass the tokenizer to our parser. But whatever. Here's the thing though. There's one thing that I don't like. The fact that the tokenizer, if you look at the tokenizer implementation, it returns a token that can also be a parse error. So there's a bunch of errors. Also, the fact that this is called parse and not like tokenize error, it's kind of funny because it kind of hints at the fact that this tokenizer is doing a little bit more than just pure tokenizing. But regardless, cool. Chat programmers use array lists unmanaged. Yeah, I should probably switch to multi-array lists probably for all this stuff. But I don't want to think about performance yet too much. Like for now, what I'm willing to do is to use indices to build the AST. I want to stop there and then do the rest maybe in the future. So there's a bunch of errors, but the problem is that so while this returns a bunch of errors, parsing errors as tokens, so this is like an error token, which is great. The problem is that if you call the next function doesn't just return an optional token where some types of tokens can be a parsing error, but it also returns a zig error union. So it can return zig errors. So let's trace where these zig errors can come from. And if you look at this function signature, it's very nice, right? It's very easy to see. There's only one thing that can return an error, and that's next to. So you look into next to, and you see what it is that can return an error, and it turns out that I think it's kind of just like this. Like this is a bigger function, so you would have to look at more stuff, but it's pretty much only consume that can return an error. I think everything else is yeah. I don't think anything else can return an error. So let's take a look at the definition of consume. And what consume is doing here is it's basically consuming a code point. It's grabbing a code point, which can be 1, 2, 4 UTF-8 code point, right? So it can be 1, 2, 3, or 4 bytes. And if this doesn't track, truncated input. And then if there aren't enough bytes, truncated input. If there are enough bytes, then it tries to decode it. So this is just finds how big is the sequence, how big is the next code point. And then it tries to decode it. And that can fail because you could have bad stuff in there. Now, here's what I think I want to do. I don't think I want to validate UTF-8 at all. I don't think it is necessary. I'm actually fairly certain that we could get rid of all UTF-8 code point validation and everything would still be totally correct. Now, if anybody in chat disagrees with that statement or has any doubt, speak now or stay forever silent. And I think that there's also some other comments in here that were based on the assumption that the input maybe wouldn't always be UTF-8 encoded. For example, here it's saying hopefully the lower than character was only 1 byte. And yeah, that is always true for UTF-8. Not true for UTF-16, not true for UTF-32, but for UTF-8 it's always true. So I think I think that probably the HTML spec thing was probably describing, I'm guessing in an awful way also, what you should do to account for different possible encoding. Actually, I don't think UTF-8 guarantees that. What do you mean? This guy is it's just great. And like, how else would you express it? Like, my point is that even if you find a weird character that looks like this, you could put greater than in 1 to 4 bytes if you want. No, you can't. This is the key inside. No, you cannot. Here's the key inside. We were actually talking about this stuff, I think, a while ago. So check this out. UTF-8 encoding. So there are two key insights here. One is that ASCII, normal ASCII is 7 bits, right? ASCII doesn't use all of the 8 bits. It only uses 7. Only the first 128 characters, or, well, I guess, values are used. You have extended ASCII. That's the one with like with weird regional things and whatever. But like the normal symbols are, you only use 7 bytes. So that means that if you see a byte that starts with 0, that's an ASCII compatible byte. But when you have like these, I don't know, what are these things called, limbs? Every time you see a UTF-8 code point limb, I think that's the term. I might be wrong, but I'm gonna keep calling them limbs. All UTF-8 limbs in a code point start with a 1. So you will never have a collision. It is impossible for you to mistake a chunk of a UTF-8 code point for a normal ASCII value. You could misinterpret it as a extended ASCII value. So if you have some kind of extended ASCII thing, if you have an extended ASCII thing, then you might interpret this thing as a character on its own, and maybe it turns out that in your current encoding code page, I don't know what to call it, you could think that this is like an accented letter or something. But in our case, we don't care, because all the symbols that we do care about, they only exist inside of basic UTF-8. So whether this is like 3 accented letters, or whether this is like 1 emoji, I think that for the HTML parser, it just doesn't matter, because whatever this thing is going to be, it is not going to be anything that has meaning from the perspective of the HTML spec. I believe you could still encode the same value using all 4 entries in that table. I don't believe that to be true. If you can find some information about this, I would actually be curious. So basically what Johnny is saying is that there is a valid Unicode value that isn't the ASCII value, but it's a different value that can work as the lower than. I do think that there are symbols that might look the same, or like either close enough or even look the exact same, but I don't think they are meant to work as valid alternatives for the normal lower than or greater than. First entry gives you 7 bits. Second entry gives you 11 bits. Well, no, wait, I'm saying that it uses 7 bits. Wait. ASCII only uses 7 bits, but it doesn't get, but you always go byte by byte. You just accept the first bit to be a 0. Like, my point is that it is impossible for a correct Unicode thing to have a lower than or a greater than, or an equal sign for that matter, anywhere inside of it. Like, you can't mistake it. Let's see. I would UTF-8 validate just to be safe. It should be pretty much free anyway. Yeah, but I don't want to do it. Like, if people want to put weird stuff in there, like, free text thing, whatever, it's on them. From my perspective, well, in this case, what I want to do more specifically is I want to get rid of this code path. I want to get rid of the fact that consume can error out. And also, I think that this can also simplify the math, because I think that here you're like decoding UTF-8 and then have to parameterize the math over the fact that whether that byte, well, that character is 1 or more bytes. But you can work byte by byte, and it's still going to work out correctly. Like here the point is that you can work byte by byte, and I think that simplifies also the math. Whether that has performance implications or not, I don't know. Probably not, but still. You should later test your HTML parser on a GitHub repository page. GitHub has anti-scraping HTML that may break on badly implemented HTML parsers. What I'm talking about is irrelevant to whether consume could avoid validation. I'm talking about the guarantee that greater than is only 1 byte. It could be 4. I don't see how. Somebody in chat is asking where I can find tokenizer.zig. Well, it's not the version that I'm working on. This is from a question from YouTube. It's not the version that I'm working on, but you can find the original. Here, I linked it on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, you could find something placed in there only if it is invalid UTF-8. If you're really certain that your parser will only ever be used in your side generator, then yes, you don't need to validate or normalize. But you must be really, really sure. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't think it matters. Like, if you're, I don't know, you're writing like a web browser, you want to validate because you want to also at some point render that text and you need to understand what to render. But usually what happens in that case, like what happens when you have invalid UTF-8, it's not like you get an error, right? It's not like the parser, the web browser tells you, oh no, you got an error. What the web browser does is like print the question mark diamond thing and say, dude, I don't know what this is, whatever, let's move forward. So it is not going to be something that can be really exploited, in my opinion. Or rather, let me put it this way. For a solid side generator, for sure. For other situations where you have, untrusted input, then fair. Yeah, somebody could write an untrusted input thing where they basically sneak some control characters inside of a payload where they should not be able to control that. But, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. In any case, for now, I only care about my specific use case. To be fair, what happened to my music? Do we play through the full thing? No. Oh, I guess it just wasn't loaded. Let's get some more music. Okay, I'm looking forward to see if this conversation leads to anything that I'd be surprised by. Okay, so let's remove that code path somehow. I think this change might be more annoying to implement than what I originally expected. So basically, here's what we want to do. I think the current input character, I guess we want to turn into a length is always going to be 1, and value can just be the byte, so we can turn this into a U8. Okay. And now we need to fix up all the references to it. So. Oh, but this was able to express length 0, and now we're not able to express length 0 anymore. Ah. Huh. That is indeed annoying. I guess we can make this return a boolean, and we check the return value from consume instead of the length of the input character. Okay, let's see where that leads us. So this is not a possibility anymore. Current input character. Oh no, we do care about some of these math though. I guess we want self pointer. Yeah, we want to just increase it by 1. I think that this is what we want. So okay, let me check comments a little bit more. So you're saying that lower than is what is it? 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 28 plus 32, 60? Is this value 60? Man, I'm bad at math. So you're saying it's value 60. By the way, I'm also confused a little bit. Wait, are we looking at like different notation here? I'm guessing this is this 0. Oh no, because wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, you're right. You only wrote 7 bytes, 7 bits. Sorry. So you're not showing the leading 0. Okay. I actually don't know if leading is the correct word. In any way, two. I'm not sure I understand this math that isn't using bytes, because you read a byte at a time anyway. So like reading lower than does mean reading 8 bits. In any case, you read byte by byte. You just expect the first byte to, the first bit to always be 0. So if you read the data byte by byte, valid UTF-8 will never have this problem. Invalid UTF-8, especially like one crafted in a malignant way, will break this property. But at that point, what you end up with is something like you basically end up with something like all the question mark garbage stuff, and then greater than, and then maybe some more garbage. That's when you end up with, which is something like this. Imagine that these things become, you know what? Maybe I can find the unknown UTF-8 symbol. Yeah, this guy. Copy. Like you end up with something like this. You end up with something like this, basically. Which again, if you're looking at user input, that then yeah, this might be a problem. But but in our case, for an HTML parser, especially for a static-side validate generator, it's fine. Okay, you guys have your discussion. I'm gonna keep working. Also, why does my music keep interrupting, man? Oh no, it's just super low. Okay, I also have trains making noise. That's the problem. Okay, so anyway, yeah, we increase pointer by 1. Keep moving to the next thing. We don't need this anymore. Like, this function at this point isn't really all that interesting anymore. Consume, I mean. In any case, we do have a lot of other references to current input character. Let's see. So we try self-consume. No, we don't try that anymore. We do self.consume. Well, I guess we can do if not. Oh wait, I'm confused. How do you negate stuff in Boolean? Question mark, exclamation mark, right? Yeah. Return null. So this checks becomes like this. Switch the value. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so you were able to have these characters upcast to the U21. That's fine. But in our case, this works now. State tag open self input character len minus. Well, len is always going to be 1. You know what? We can even do a nice replace of this. Oops. I did one wrong. Okay. So we should be left with only the comparisons that we want to completely elide. Anyway. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna copy this line because I think I'm gonna have to use it a bunch of times. So we call self.consume. We return null. If it doesn't work, you know what? We might even do the opposite, like return true, and then return false otherwise. Oh man, I don't know how to spell exhausted. Exhausted like this? Yeah, I got it right. Okay. Reading the RFC, a valid decoder should probably decode an ASCII byte that is encoded as multiple bytes. But the valid encoder should not encode it as multiple bytes. So, sorry, what would be the bit representation then of what Johnny is talking about? So, are you talking about something like? Yeah, no, I'm actually curious, honestly. See my gist, okay. Okay, so yes, with 2 bytes. Is this a thing? Okay, so Ranger was saying reading the RFC, a valid decoder should properly decode this. Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't dive deeper into what's the meaning of this XXX stuff and like how exactly things are like interpreted at that point. That's interesting. But I don't think that anybody's doing this, right? Like, I think that nobody is going to press a keyboard, like a key on their keyboard, and get this out of pressing the corresponding button, right? And by the way, all of this stuff, obviously, it's really, I think, tied to what you want to support. Like, if you want to make a general purpose, like, seriously speaking, if you want to make a general purpose, like a, how can I say, like a web production ready tokenizer, you can't just do UTF-8 in any case, right? You would, in any case, have to support all the other encodings. So, I think it's fine in my case to put some restrictions in that stuff. I don't know what the goal of this tokenizer was for you from this perspective, but each entry lets you provide X number of bits. I see. First entry is 7 bits. Okay. I see. I'm still surprised though that this isn't something like that. It doesn't offset everything by 128. If you start using this notation. But my point is, like, even if this, okay, Rocco Rager was saying that this is not a valid way of encoding. Like, I think that it is still, at least in my case, correct or like fair to ask the question of whether this is like a very weird corner case, or if it's something that can realistically happen. And I don't think that realistically this happens really in the wild. I personally would consider this to be maybe even more borderline than, like, even more corner case than a UTF-16 or a UTF-32 encoded HTML page. I would say those are way more probable and real than this. Now, it is worth obviously thinking about, okay, what happens though if somebody feeds you a page with this stuff in it, and that's fair. But at the same time, at least in my, in my case, the idea is like you're supposed to be writing something that makes sense, and if you pump in there weird shit, that's like on you. That's kind of my philosophy for now. So limit self pointers start to do. Okay, so this is all fine. You know what? I'll take this opportunity also to introduce a comma. My tokenizer would work if it got a greater than character with more than 1 byte. Yeah, because your math would not work out correctly anymore at that point. In my case, what I would do instead, by not decoding UTF-8, what I would do is not recognize this as a proper greater than. You know, there's also another interesting question, like, will this combination actually even be shown to users by editors as greater than? I'm guessing some will, some won't, maybe? Like, what happens if you copy it, for example? By copying, do you still get this representation, or are you gonna get like a normalized version? Also, again, like, why the fuck is UTF-8 not offsetting this stuff? Why is it allowing this thing? I don't get it. But anyway. Just call UTF-8 validate slice before you do anything. But here's the thing. I'm not sure I agree that's like a universal solution either, because well, I guess you could say then you don't have to think about weird failure modes, fair. But there's a lot of situations where you do have to deal with malformed input and not completely fail. Like, let's say that you paste random bytes by mistake in a page in your open HTML file. Like, should the LSP give up because it's not valid UTF-8 anymore? No. Well, I guess you could call UTF-8 validate slice. Okay, this specific function I believe doesn't tell you where the error is. I might be wrong, but I don't think it does. Let's say that you have one that gives you let's say that you have a function that gives you maybe more precise information, like this is where the problem is. I guess you could display that with the LSP. I don't know. I get a Unicode replacement character for that. Yeah. I'm thinking your idea might work now, since you don't need to decode UTF-8 in the tokenizer. It's all ASCII control characters. Yes, that was my... That was kind of the point, yes. I only care about ASCII control characters. I don't care about anything else. And I think that tends to be the case. Like, I think there's a lot of things that don't really need to decode UTF-8 for this reason. There are obviously some caveats, but yeah. Exactly. Like, even when it comes to untrusted user input, even then, the question is, are you going to use user input when searching for control characters or not? And if you are, then you need to validate what the user input is giving you no matter what. And even then, I would argue it is not all that important to decode UTF-8. You can still use the scrappy, just look at it byte by byte, and it's still gonna be good enough. Like, if you do that check you need to do anyway, you can still do it without needing to decode UTF-8. There have been some non-ASCII characters though. Maybe check. In the list of control characters for HTML, I don't believe so. They only care about like the backslash, greater than, lower than, equal sign, quotes, ampersand, semicolon, dash, bang, like exclamation mark. That is pretty much it. Okay, let's do some progress here. Oh no, I replaced this check. God damn it. Oh, and I also flipped this around because I thought it would be good, but turns out no, it's not all that good. Okay, so okay, so if it's false, return null. Oh, this was checking was equal 0, so it was again checking for the negative version. Yeah. Okay, so you know what? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I should have flipped it around. I guess I can take a look later. Pointer start. Add a comma. Switch input character. Yep. Look at the character. If it is ASCII alpha. Okay, tag name, blah blah blah. Pointer -1. Okay, that looks good. This is implemented differently from the spec, so we only need to support one per token, but should result in the same tokens. Okay, hopefully. Save the previous charlan. Oh yeah. Just one. Johnny, I think we can also probably be certain that that is not a problem, because I think the HTML spec doesn't it predate UTF-8 even in any case, or like Unicode in general. So I think that it really was even first design back when this stuff didn't even exist. So this is all fine. Form feed is 0xc. Okay. With this thing, you also want to other change to compare characters token into text tokens. That would be nice. That would actually be nice, honestly. But I don't know if I kind of know how to do it without going insane. Character tokens could be potentially UTF-8 encoded characters now. Yes. Okay, this seems all to be fine. Parse error, switch current input character. It says -2. Interesting. Can we assume the star will be 2 bytes back? I don't know. I hope so. Write your own next function that calls next and combine multiple character tokens. Hacky but simple, easy to do. Yeah, that's fair. I was hoping to like do it in a nice way, not just a hacky one. You know what? For now, I'll continue. I feel like the change that I'm doing right now is one that I really want to do, and the other one I can delay a bit more. So I'll delay for now until it annoys me on like at the usage side. Oh, well, that would be, if you want to, that would be great. You know, I'll push this stuff sooner than later. And if for some reason you want to do that change yourself, obviously feel free. That said, I remember that you were, I believe that you were rendering this HTML, right? So at some point, I don't know if you, honestly, I don't have first-hand experience with rendering text. But I suspect that for rendering text, you do care about the coding UTF-8. So I guess you will have to do this stuff later on in your renderer stuff. Well, in any case, I'm sure that you know what to do about that. Yeah, it doesn't need to be in a tokenizer for sure. Yeah. I think this was an interesting thing, right? We looked at another example of how much you can get away without the coding UTF-8. Okay, sorry, I'm being really slow. And I could make this like a more, like I could use editor tooling to make it faster. I just like the idea of taking a look at what I'm changing so that I don't end up doing unexpected weird changes and have everything blow up on me for a bad search and replace or something. So else switch to character, add some commas, return an attribute name without a value. Oh, this seems like relevant to do. Return an attribute name without a value. That is a yes. So I don't understand the full exact nuance behind this specific code path, but the general question of whether like I don't know, like div and then something is an attribute. Yes. The way it works is in like in certain inputs, like input type equals something. And then you can have checked, for example, I believe, or disabled, I think. There are some attributes that don't have anything afterwards. It's just referring to extra error context. Oh, okay. Oh. Return an attribute name without a value. Deferred attribute. Huh. Why did you decide to take over this beast of a problem? So here's the how it happened. Here's the process. Okay, I started working on Zine, the static site generator, and as part of this work I designed my own templating language. And the templating language, it took me a while to find a design that I felt was like compelling and you know, worth changing how things are done normally. Like I wanted something different than Jinja and Mustache and all these other like curly brace templating languages, and so I made my own. But then I needed to implement a VM to interpret and like execute these templates, and I did. And then after I did that, I needed to change how then I started working on my own front matter language, because after this was like good enough, then I wanted to improve the fact that we started by using a JSON as the front matter language for Zine, which was not the greatest. and I didn't want to use YAML. I didn't want to use to any of the normal ones, so I made my own. And what was interesting is that this experience made me do a lot of work. Let me see. Do I have a link to Ziggy, or do I type it? Do I really not have a link to Ziggy? Oh, I do. Okay, so it made me do this. It's a JSON alternative. But when I started working on this, I had all the experience that I gained from the previous language work that I was doing. These are all languages, right? They're like silly languages. They're compared to programming languages, but they still are languages. And so when I worked on this, I was able to kind of do some of the stuff that I done before more easily, and then I put more effort into the tooling. So for this guy, I made a 3-seater grammar for syntax highlighting. I made a, well, it also has a schema language, but regardless, I also made like a command line tool. I made this CLI tool that gives you formatting, querying, checking. Not all of this is fully implemented yet, but the point is, the LSP is pretty far ahead. Not complete, but pretty far ahead. Like the LSP can give you, well, diagnostics, but it can also cross-reference a schema and tell you that your thing doesn't respect the schema, and it can give you suggestions. Like if the schema says, look, this thing can be like one of these, there's like a way of expressing enums. So like if something is an enum, it can auto-suggest, you know, what an LSP does. So point being, I got to this point, to this level of polish and quality with Ziggy. Then I came back to work on Zine and the templating language, and at that point I started realizing that that I did have diagnostics. Like when you build your website, you get compile errors that tell you that something is wrong. For example, duplicate attribute or other errors that you might make, like this guy. Like for example, missing closing tag. But this is not yet LSP quality. And a while ago, Togglebit was trying out Zine, and he was making, somewhat on purpose, some mistakes in the way he typed stuff. And the errors that he was getting from 3-seater, from the HTML parser implemented in 3-seater, weren't really all that great. So, long story short, I now know that I want to control the full pipeline so that I can see more precisely what it is that I can design in terms of like error messages, what it is that I can design well, what I can pull off or not. Because certain things seemed not really be doable through 3-seater, because 3-seater had its own internal systems in the way it interpreted broken HTML. And in general, what I discovered is that 3-seater is nice, but not great for diagnostics. If you want good diagnostics, 3-seater shouldn't be your first choice. At least that was my experience trying to use it for diagnostics and getting not the greatest output from it. So now, long story short, I'm basically coming back to the templating language with the experience that I gained from working on the JSON alternative, and I want to bring the same level of polish of the tooling also to the templating language. To be clear, it is not maximally polished. There's still a long way to go before this thing is like spotless. But I know that now I can ramp up the quality of the tooling for the templating language compared to what it is right now. Also, somewhat related to this, there are other things in the templating language that I haven't implemented yet, and so I want to kind of like make the base, make the basic stuff more solid before I work on more features. That's kind of the idea. Okay, so Johnny was saying that this is probably fine. Well, yeah, probably. You know what? If it isn't, we'll find out at some point. Man, I need to make sure I don't leave random consume calls where they don't belong. Markup declaration open. Next chars are next chars are pointer plus s.len. That that's also not very UTF-8 the coding of you. like if we wanted to follow the idea that people could encode things in weird ways, I still can't wrap my head around why does not UTF-8 apply an offset? Why is that alternative encoding considered to be this fine? Why are you wasting all that many combinations as an alternative encoding of what you already have? Why? I should probably learn more about UTF-8. To be honest, I've been kind of lazy. I know enough to pull off this kind of thing, but I haven't really looked at all the intricacies. Jesus Christ, why did they do this? Why did they do this? I don't get it. Second file with a weird encoding for, let's see, fresh. Huh. Yeah. You know what I think happens? I think what happens is that this gets interpreted as a... Let me think about it for a moment. Actually, I have no idea, because given the information that you gave me about how UTF-8 encodes stuff, I assumed that it was like a normal... Oh, you see it differently. Yeah, okay, I guess we're entering maybe extended ASCII space with this stuff. You know what? You know what? Who we should ask? You know who has actually the authoritative opinion on this stuff? Who would... It would be impossible for it to get it wrong. That's Firefox. I'm joking. Let's see. Okay, no, Firefox behaves like other browsers this time. So everything is the same. Well, anyway. So it is what it is. Next chars are this, blah blah blah, blah blah blah, the comma. Next chars are doc type. Next chars are CData. Oh god damn it, CData. Not implemented. Thank you. Nice. Oh shit though. Wait a second. So we were trying to eradicate this error code path. So you know what? We have to go from an error to a panic, I think, in this case, if we want to eradicate errors. Yeah, panic it is. That gives me hope that you don't need to handle that weird encoding as an actual lower than character. Yeah. I also really think that it's like producing that kind of value. Like, you don't have reasonable ways of producing that kind of value normally through normal means, which in a sense you could even argue, since it's not a value that you can produce naturally, like organically, you know, it's not homegrown, like you can like, since you can produce that value normally, I would even argue then treating that thing as anything other than like a weird, stupid, meaningless sequence would be a potential like room for abuse, like a potential thing that users could abuse, because maybe you're tuning deals it in a nuanced and ultimately correct way, but then some other tooling that you operate with does not, and things get weird at some point. Character reference. I don't know what that is. After doc type name. Oh god, right. Comment start dash. Comment started dash. Okay, I think we're getting there, right? Yeah, we're near the end, finally. Okay, and bogus comment. Okay, that also should be like this. Oh. Right. Well, you ate. I think that should be fine. You probably have these also in the standard library. Like, I think that SCD.ASCII provides this stuff now. Maybe it didn't at the time. I don't know. So with this, we should be happy. I think. Potentially. Oh no, file modified by external process used. Okay. Uh-oh. Had another copy open. Oh, that's why. Oh, yeah, I think I understand what's happening here. So let me copy this. Yeah, I changed this example in another tab. Okay. Here we can close. Can we zig test? I think we're not even in the right directory though. Here. No field name consume. Instruct tokenizer. You're right. Needs parentheses 3 through 311. There's a dot wall 608 that escaped. Okay. End tag tokenizer 3133 expected tokenizer start tag found end tag fail. Uh-oh, where? 787. Uh-oh. Oh no, that's actually correct. That's the closing HTML tag. Yeah, end tag. So it's start tag. It's basically it's doc type, start tag, 1, 2, 3 start tags. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, and then end tag, which ends at what is it? 20. What was it? 28, 30 something. I don't remember what the current offset was. 3135. Interesting. 31. 35. Why are you not giving me these? Is this what we're skipping? Well, in any case, yeah, we passed like basic tests. Fine, that's good. Okay, so it doesn't seem that we broke anything terribly. So, so all this work gave us the ability to change this code here to this, while tokenizer.next. That's what we gained the ability to write. Thanks to all that work. But at least we like simplified the logic, not in a way that maybe makes any real difference from a performance perspective, but yeah, API purity. but we kind of like simplified some assumptions, right? Because some things were like operating under some assumptions, some other things were not, which by the way, I do that all the time. Like this is what I'm gonna do also in this code for sure. Like I will start with a thing in mind, and then I'm gonna switch to something else halfway through. Always happens. But anyway, so yeah, we have a tokenizer now, and we can start building an AST if we want to. So here's what I think I want to do. I am going to grab another cup of tea. That is, I think my plan. So bork AFK, 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. I'd be surprised if anything deals well with a multi-byte representation of lower than. I'd figure the main risk is if you're trying to strip out those from an input and miss it, then some other helpful library simplifies it to a regular before writing it out. Yeah, updated images looks like Zig doesn't take kindly to these odd encodings. Wait, you said Zig? Oh, I see. Overlong encoding. Why is that even an error? Why is that even an error? I really need to learn more, to read more about what the heck UTF-8 is doing. Okay. So, and by the way, Johnny, I'm gonna push this stuff soon. So once I do, I don't know. Feel free to upstream whatever you want. And if you happen to, you know, do the character into text thing, I won't complain. So we have tokens. Let's make an AST. So I was saying that I used to really put a bunch of logic here in this while loop and not make a separate function from it. You know what? Yeah, let's start just having things happening here and then create functions as needed. So what are we gonna do? I guess our parser needs a state, right? It needs like a current node. It needs a current node, and I think it needs also a state. And the state needs to be relative to the node. Let me think about it for a moment. The problem is I'm not sure what kind of weird shit I can get from the tokenizer or not, because this tokenizer is kind of a smarty pants tokenizer. So I guess it's gonna give me a start tag, and the start tag adds a new element. Well, okay, first of all, we need a root node. We need to create a root node. So either nodes dot append. And I guess we want a root tag. Problem is that root doesn't really have any of this shit. Huh. Well, I mean, it will have a child. That's for sure. But that's kind of it. Well, okay, whatever. Let's do it. Check out parts for an example shows you what the tokenizer can return. No, yeah, but in terms of what it can return, like in terms of like individual tokens, I'm fine with it. I'm mostly, I guess, curious about what the sequence of those can be, because for example, I would expect that it would not be able to give me an attribute without first giving me a start tag. but I'm not sure if I can make that assumption. In any case, it should be fine. I'll take a look, you know, later. But I want to start with my, doing it on my own. So we try append. So this appends the root node, and I think we want to put like a first node root node in as well, although we don't know what the tag is yet. So this is like all entirely undefined. Yeah, and in a sense, the current node isn't really even this, but like there's some extra state relative to the current node. Wait, how did this current node word happen down here? Like, what's going on? Anyway. Oh, I guess maybe I was trying to do something else at some point. I don't know. In any case, so this is the current node. But right now, I don't know at which point I am in the process of analyzing the current node. This really looks like something that should go inside Parser. That's not what you're doing, Dom. Oh, wait, what? I think after the doc type, you're guaranteed to only get star tag and tag or char. No, you also get the other things. It almost is like a parser, right. Since you talk about concepts that are like parser, that usually are in a parser, it tempts you to think in those terms, but no. It gives you the start tag, and then it gives you, like a tokenizer would, what's after, but it's already a bit parsed. Yeah, it's so weird. Anyway, so I know that somewhere I need to have a state thing that tells me what I've already analyzed or not for this current node that I am about to add. And so, for example, right now I appended it as undefined because I really don't know what goes in there. So, well, I guess I do know one thing, that this guy has parent ID x0. That's actually the only thing that I know. So we could do this. Everything else we need to discover. Is it gonna be a doc type? Is it gonna be something else? We don't know that yet. So where do we save this information? The node itself is not a good place. Like, in theory, if this had like if things were optional, for example, you could look at their optional value to know if you set those values yet or not. But it's not really all that interesting, I think. Although we could fake this with unions. We could make a union so that we would get a nice compile error in the bug build. No, well, not compile error. A nice crash, a nice runtime error. Yeah, that is not a bad idea. Man, unions are so useful. Holy shit. Don't have Jeff Bezos about Zig unions. Oh yeah, no, he wouldn't like this. By the way, on a somewhat related topic, so I pinged Chris Jenkins from Developer Voices. We need to talk and have a chat. So he hasn't committed to anything. But I told him that I was up for doing another episode of Developer Voices, and that I was interested in chatting about the Python packaging stuff that I was mentioning recently. So I think we might do a second episode. Developer Voices is a great podcast. Yeah, it is. He is genuinely a great host, and the funny thing is that he's really good. He is good in a way that I am not good as a host. So yeah, that's unfortunate for me. But he is good. He's really good. I can say though one thing though. There is one silver lining for me. If you look at his channel, so when I did my episode with him, he had I think he had 2K subscribers. He was very small, and look at how much his channel grew. So that's awesome. But yeah, here's the point. The point is, check out the most popular video. Hell yeah. If we do another episode, I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be another banger like that one, but we can try, I guess. We can try. Yeah, it's nice. Yeah, more popular than even serious stuff. Look at this guy here, Mojo, on with Chris Latner. He has a bunch of high-profile people, not just Chris Latner, and they're also good interviews. But there's only one king. and so what I think happened is that I think it's a genuinely good episode, but I think also it's just that the topic is I don't know, language wars. People are inherently interested in programming languages more than they are in I don't know, databases, for example. For example, here's the DuckDB interview, and I think it's just as a topic, it's inherently more juicy for people. That said, man, Mojo also is interesting. Good thumbnail, also, yeah, also good thumbnail. Mojo is also interesting. You know what? It's funny. There's the comments are also funny. Let me see if I can find you. Oh yeah, check. Look at this comment. So at first I saw a Targaryen and a Tarly from Game of Thrones talking, but then anyway, thank you YouTube algorithm for recommending this talk between Chris of House Targaryen and Loris of House Tarly. God damn it. So that's what people were seeing. But then he left all the detailed timestamps. So I guess they had a good time. Not everybody was super happy about it though. Some people felt some things were a little bit unfair. Somebody thinks that we didn't really give Rust the, I don't know. We didn't evaluate Rust objectively. I mean, which is, I don't know, maybe it's an accusation. Then you can point at me. I think Chris is a Rust developer, so or right. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's all he does, but I think he does know Rust. So, and I think he also likes it. So, I don't know. In any case, yeah. What's interesting is that it also, like, you know, it's not just that it got a bunch of views. It got a bunch of views and it also got a bunch of comments. One thing that I learned looking at things posted on YouTube, like trying to evaluate how interested people are in things like for real, because the numbers can be not necessarily faked. They can also be faked, but sometimes they just go up and in a way that isn't really representative of, like, there's a big number, but there isn't really a lot of interest from people. Sometimes, and this is not the case of the developer voices, this is more like the case of, I'm thinking of Redis Labs, for example. When I worked at Redis Labs, they would promote certain videos, and the videos that they promoted got a ton of views, like hundreds of thousands, and 0 comments, because nobody really gave a shit. They were just being pushed on a bunch of, like, places. Some of which might even have been, you know, not even all that legitimate, let's just say. I don't know for sure. I really do not know for sure. I just know that people in marketing really aren't above that kind of stuff. If their quarter goals are to get the number, they will get the number. That said, some of the times you get a lot of interest, but the interest is like very fleeting. Like, people click because there's a nice thumbnail, there's a title that they find interesting, but then they don't really stick around to follow the discussion or like to watch the video. And I'm really happy with the fact that it's like all these engagement is because people have watched the thing and they had also things to say. For example, look at this one from Ginger Bill. Bill also got a ton of comments, and like he got fewer, like he got like what, 1/3 of the views, but he got almost the same amount of comments that I got, like 70% or something. So people really cared about also Ginger Bill's interview. Let's see the one with Chris Latner. Yeah, this one also more or less there. But if you look at other channels, like if you look at other things, they might get big numbers, but then they get like 0 comments. And while it is not really, I'm not trying to say that YouTube comments are like particularly valuable. They're really not. There's a ton of bad comments on there. But I do think it's a more interesting reflection of interest than just the raw number of hits. I think you guys at the DSF underestimate how popular Zig already is. The level of engagement in the Zig community is higher than any of these other communities I'm in, except for RC and C++. Are you talking about engagement like within the community or like also attention from the outside? Because when I look at this, I'm mainly thinking of these things as a form of outreach, like these videos. Are you referring to this kind of stuff, or are you referring to, like, for example, activity in the Discord, activity in terms of projects, people chatting about things, interest, for example, that you're getting for your projects? Like, I'm generally curious to understand a little bit better which of these dimensions you're thinking about. Let's see. What other results do we get for Zig programming? Level of dialogue in general. Okay. Can we sort them by upload date, maybe? Yo, 19 people checking out my YouTube stream. Hello, guys. Zig plus HTMX admin panel, combining live stream chats. Man, that's... yeah, about that. Oh no, somebody should tell this person that's nice, that just problematic in some ways. Also, you don't need a database. Come on. You don't even need a WebSocket server. Oh no, well, you need if you do want an OBS client chat, so never mind. That makes sense. Okay, that's interesting. Man, they're on Windows. If only they had Bork on Windows, huh? Ooh, how big is Sperophoria? 12,000 subscribers, interesting. I remember watching when. So I've watched this. Well, not the YouTube channel really, but Hello X2. But I've watched the live streams from this guy. He seems really good. And I remember that he was doing like Rust in the beginning, or at least I think he was doing Rust stuff. Then at some point tried Zig, and if I remember correctly, he's like, even now he's making he keeps doing things in Zig. Like if you look at this, was posted, okay, this is 7 days ago. I think earlier I was looking at something that was even more recent than that, and I think now it's just Zig code. Yeah, this is Zig. This is not Rust. I don't see any diamond brackets. I don't see any colon. So that's Zig. Actually, no. Is this JavaScript? This is JavaScript. but okay, so this is JavaScript. Oh, but he was doing Zig here. Okay, so I guess he's doing like WebAssembly stuff. Yeah, so this is Zig. This is Zig. So this is interesting. That's nice to see. Bunch of shorts. Where are these from? So I don't know. Going back to what you were saying in your site.
Unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular section of code should never be executed under any normal operation. This keyword asserts that it's logically impossible to reach the annotated code section. The unreachable Zig code.
This is just a screenshot with some text that was read.
In Zig programming, an unreachable
Heck?
In Zig, the error defer statement is used to ensure that cleanup code runs when an error.
Welcome to my programming channel, where I share my passion for coding with you. As an experienced programmer and software developer, I create informative and engaging video tutorials to help you learn and grow your skills. Whether you're a beginner or an advanced coder, I have something for you. From the basics of programming languages like Java, Rust, and Kotlin, to more complex topics like web development, I'm here to guide you every step of the way. I believe in providing high-quality content that is easy to follow and understand. My videos are designed to be clear, concise, and to the point, so you can quickly learn the skills you need to succeed in the fast-paced tech industry. So, if you're ready to take your coding skills to the next level, be sure to subscribe. Why Zig? These are like screenshots.
In Zig programming, an unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular.
Wait, is this a YouTube bug, or is this saying the same thing in every video?
In Zig programming, an unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular section of code should.
Okay. Wait a second, because I'm not sure you guys can hear. So let me pause the music. Let me bump up the audio.
The annotated code segment.
So here's the funny situation in which we are in.
In Zig programming, an unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular section of code should never be executed under any normal operation. In Zig programming, an unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular section of code should never be executed under any normal operation. In Zig programming, an unreachable statement is utilized to indicate that a particular section of code should never be executed.
So what we're experiencing is a YouTube moment. YouTube Shorts are implemented in such a fucking shit way, and it bugs out in the worst ways. No. I mean, this is probably AI garbage, but what you're experiencing right now is Google garbage. So like here, what you're observing is a complex interaction between two different kinds of like slop, spam, and like weird shit. Google and this specific channel. So I refreshed the page, and I think now we will be able to get what we're expected to get.
In Zig, a union is a data structure that allows storing different data types in the same memory location. This feature is especially useful when you need. In Zig, An inline function is a powerful tool used to optimize performance by instructing the compiler to embed the function's code directly at each call site. This technique eliminates the overhead associated with a function call, making it ideal for critical, frequently called, small functions. To declare a function as inline in Zig, use the inline keyword before the function declaration. While it can in Zig, functions are fundamental building blocks used to encapsulate code for reuse and organization. Functions in Zig are defined using the fn keyword followed by the function name and parentheses. In Zig, the array.
I mean, yeah, this is not great. It's weird that it's like a screenshot, but at least the screenshot has been formatted. It's on topic and it has been formatted for the short. Like comments are like they have new lines and stuff. What a weird thing. In any case, it's not gonna end here though. Like people are kind of outputting Zig content that is sometimes good, sometimes debatable. Has anybody seen this? Oh my god, this thing is pooping itself.
I changed my mind about Zig. Originally, when I started the CodeNet about a year ago, I wasn't sure if it actually had a meaningful place in the developer ecosystem. And as I've been using it and being asked more and more questions about it, I think I've come to a better conclusion. In this video, we're going to talk about what Ziglang is, where it lives in the developer ecosystem, and my thoughts on the syntax and the features of the language. Now, if you're new here, hi, I'm Will of Learning. I make videos about software security, programming, and cybersecurity in general, so if you like that stuff or just want to hang out with me, hit that sub button. I really appreciate it. Now, a lot of new programmers ask me, oh, what language should I learn? Should I learn C or C unsafe? Or should I learn Rust or is Rust too hard? Or should I learn Zig? And I think for a long time, I had a good answer about C and Rust, but I didn't really know how to answer when it came to Zig. Zig had this weird aura about it where I wasn't sure what problem it solved, but I think I'm going to be able to answer that for you today. If you consider the ecosystem of systems programming, you have this.
Like, I understand that you look at a thing, at anything, right, and you haven't tried it, and so you come off with initial impression and you try to make sense of it. And I can also see that if you I don't know, like if you're looking at systems programming languages and you see Rust and then you see Zig, and Rust is very polished and it's very popular and it has a lot of things going on for it. And then you see Zig, which is in the same ballpark, and like you're thinking, oh, I don't know, maybe you think of it as like, I don't know, like NVIDIA versus AMD when it comes to like AI, where, NVIDIA is popular, has a bunch of things going on for it, but then you have all the alternative, or all the naysayers that for some reason don't want NVIDIA, and so they use Zig. I understand that, but I mean, just to demystify the process, if you're a software engineer, you just sit down and start banging out some Zig, and then you come to your own conclusions. If you don't have a ton of experience in this space, or if you're new, or like it will not necessarily immediately be self-evident for everybody what is the point of Zig. But if you do low-level stuff, like all you have to do is take it out for a spin. And if you have experience, I don't know, trying to flip a bit in a microcontroller, like on a pin, or that you've tried to make sure that a code path doesn't allocate, or try to recover when allocation fails, or like ever stop to think about like memory layout and trying to save bits from, I don't know, tagged unions and stuff like that, then you will see what Zig gives you and what it doesn't give you, etc. So I don't know. I feel like ultimately I understand the perspective, but I feel like the solution is you sit down and you try the damn thing. I would even say you shouldn't try to find the answer in a YouTube video. That's it.
language and you have Rust. Now, those are the two main ones that stick out in my head when it comes to systems level languages, and we're not going to talk about C++, by the way. Now, there is Go. Go is another compiled language that is very, very good in getting more and more speed, but Go is a garbage collected language, and some
That's also an interesting thing. And by the way, he is pointing out that people, I'm guessing he's pointing out Go because people do point out Go when they're talking about systems programming, even though Go is not really a systems programming language. But what's funny is that Go is not that fast. Go is really not that fast. Go, there's like a ton of optimizations that Go just does not do. For the longest time, these guys were not even using CPU registers to pass around data between functions. And the reason why they could get away with that is because turns out what Go is normally used for doesn't need maximum speed. And all the competitors to Go, which are Java and C# really, are usually written in a style where people make these languages do insane things. Like the ecosystems, like the Java and C# ecosystems, they are like insanely bloated. And so that's why Go is perceived as fast, not because it really is intrinsically fast. Which, if you think about it, it kind of makes sense because the language doesn't have a release mode. It's very fast at compiling. What do you expect?
some platforms and some projects require that you don't use garbage collection for one reason or another. Garbage collection is inherently non-deterministic, so a lot of the times people will just choose to not use a garbage collected language. Now, you're left with...
And I would say even more than performance, the problem is if you have a garbage collector, it means that you have a runtime. It means that you can't easily mess around with pointers. It means that if you do, then somehow you need to interface with the garbage collector. And if you don't, then now you're bringing in segfaults and all the things that you were trying to avoid in the first place using that kind of language. So yeah, I would say it's just practically annoying first and a performance problem second, I think.
Basic two, you have C and Rust. Now, each of them have their pros and their cons, their shortcomings and their power, right? C, on the one hand, is the OG language. It's been around since like 1972 or whatever, and it's one of the best languages that exists in terms of the power that it gives the programmer. I mean, the entire world, to include every embedded device that exists, your router, your fridge, your microwave, is probably written in C, and that is because C is an incredibly powerful language. The programmer is able to do literally whatever they want. As long as it's within the scope of like what the OS, the kernel allows, it's able to be done in C. Now that is what I'm considering on like the far left of the spectrum, right? You have like powerful, but do whatever you want. Think of it like chaotic evil language, right? On the other hand, you have Rust. Now Rust is designed with so many of the failures of C in mind. C, for example, is not a memory safe language. You can exit outside of the bounds of an array, you can do arbitrary use after freeze, and it's on the developer to catch them at compile time or the program to enforce that you can't do those things at runtime. But you can very easily write code that just allows you to do whatever you want and have it go out into the ether and become a security vulnerability that eventually gets hacked by hackers. But if you consider the new programmer who's trying to get into the space, who wants to learn a language that is for systems programming, but doesn't want to do Rust because Rust is too hard, but doesn't want to do C because C is unsafe, where do they go? This is where I think Zig fits in very, very well. Now, what you're looking at here is a project I've been working on Twitch. I've been basically trying to reproduce the XXD binary. If you don't know what XXD is, it's a basic hex dumper, right? You can specify the size of the columns and the size of the groups. And what you do is you pump in arbitrary data into there and it hex dumps it, right? Pretty straightforward. I use this project as a way to learn new languages because the project itself is very simple, but it forces you to learn a few things about the language. You have to do like basic loops, memory views into binary data, how to open files. You have to use the parts of the API that may be like non-standard, and then also like it's just a cool tool to have. I think it's pretty neat. So anyway, what I'm doing in this project is reproducing XXD, and this is the current status of it, and I'm calling it ZZD. So pretty neat. In doing this project, I learned a few things about the language that I want to talk about that I really, really enjoy. The first is the main feature that kind of separates Zig from C. So if you have written C recently, right? C used to be basically, it was literally an abstraction for assembly. Instead of writing assembly, you would write C, and the C would just turn into assembly. That'd be it. There'd be like no extra things added. There was no allocators that were created. You had to write all that stuff yourself. As C got older, as C matured, we now have like the glibc library that does a lot of stuff for us. We use printf, we use scanf, and all of that stuff that when you use it gets buffered in the heap. So Zig is trying to prevent these things that they call ghost allocations, where when you run code in Zig, all the allocations will be ones that...
I'm not sure we call them ghost allocations, but okay, fine. Hidden allocation maybe, but yeah.
Ask it to do, it will not do any allocations for you. And because of that, they've given you very explicit access to these things called allocators. So you can write your own memory allocators that allocate memory in the way that you would like it to be allocated. You can write your own kind of heap, you can write a basic stack allocator, you can basically do whatever you want, which is really, really cool. Another thing is this defer macro, right? When you're doing allocations, every allocation, when you do an alloc, must be met with a corresponding free, right? If you don't do that, you have a memory leak and your program is buggy. This defer keyword allows us to do the associated free for that piece of memory, and it makes them close together in code. So when I'm doing a code audit, I can look at it and I can be like, okay, cool, I have my alloc here. Where do I free this variable? Oh, I literally, like, on the next line, I do it. The defer keyword allows this piece of code to be ran when the function scope is about to go out. So when I write...
Well, okay.
I run defer,
I'm not gonna
this actually effectively puts this line of code at the bottom of the code, but it puts it up here so I can mentally associate that this is tied to this, which I like a lot. The next big thing that I was a really big fan of is the errors as values feature of Zig. Now, if you've written any Rust, you have the result type, the OK type, and the error type, right? Where the result is a enum that allows you to basically return either an OK, which is good value, or an error, which is a bad value, and then handle the output via pattern matching. Zig is a very verbose language where you are required to not only use all the variables that you name, but also you're required to handle all the errors that you get, right? So effectively, this open file function has this return type. What this return type actually means is pretty interesting, and I love the notation of this. On the right of this exclamation point, you have the return type when it's a good value. So the correct return type is this. If there is a return error to be returned, this is the error type, right? And so what we're able to do is we're able to run the open file function and effectively think of it like we go left or we go right. In the case of we go left, the open file good value, the standard FS file, is put into F. Easy, that's awesome. If we go to the right, we're able to check to see, okay, we've caught that we're in a file open error, and that type has different subtypes, and we're able to print them out via basic pattern matching. I think it's really cool. I think it's a way for you to be forced to handle every error case of your program, which in languages like C, for example, like a lot of the times, you don't even have to check the return value. You can just say like, open, and then if it's good, but if not, it can crash. Like it doesn't, like no one cares. So I like this a lot. And this last part I think is really interesting. You know, Zig is not explicitly a memory safe language. Like you can do the traditional thing where in one function you create an object and then you return a reference to that object, and then when the stack goes out of scope, you have a reference to a dangling pointer, right? Like that kind of thing is allowed in Zig. But what I do like about Zig is that it gives you things that smell or like taste like memory safety that prevent a lot of very simple bugs. Like for example, I have the dump hex function, which is doing the basic, print out the data as hex. And what I'm doing is right now I create a chunk, and the chunk is always the same size, right? Right now the chunk size is 2. And I have a little bit of an edge case where basically I'm able to index outside of a chunk where the value is undefined if the size of the file is odd, right? So if I have a file that is 51 bytes, on that last iteration, I've only read in 1 byte of data, and I can iterate into the second byte. So basically I have a very basic out of bounds array access. Now in a language like C, this would just be okay. We'd just be all right with this happening. There'd be really there's a way to check it. We can make sure that we do.
I'm still not sure what he feels is the niche for Zig that he has discovered. Yeah, I would say the examples that he brought forward are not particularly like profound. I think his point, the point where he gave a place to Zig for Zig, he said that when you're trying to get into systems programming, you either have C, which has its own baggage, and then you have Rust. And what he was saying is that as an entry point, Zig could be interesting because it's not as complicated like Rust, but it's not as unsafe and foot gunny as C. I would say, obviously, from my perspective, I think it's not just that. Although I would agree that I would say that the fact that Zig is a good learning language, it's not a feature in itself. It's like a symptom. It's a secondary effect of around the fact that Zig is a language that allows you to see what's going on, to understand what are you doing. And in some ways, like C is in some ways better than C, because there are things where C is pretty opaque. Like you have macros going on, good luck. You have alignment things, good luck. So in some ways, Zig is more explicit than C. In any case, Chris, how long do you think it will take for critical areas / embedded to start using Zig instead of C, if ever? I started working in a critical area, and it seems like a complete taboo to suggest anything different than C. That C should be the go-to language. Well, I think that Zig first needs to hit 1.0. It needs to have a specification. And I think at that point, maybe the discussion about whether Zig could be used in like critical areas could start. The problem is that this kind of things tends to be very, bureaucratic, I think. It's a lot of hands that need to be shaked, gears that need to be greased. And today, I would say that the Zig Software Foundation, as it is structured right now, is not particularly interested in making this happen. That said, with some my point is like, don't expect us to like jump into this kind of thing too easily, because of how I'm not gonna do it. I don't see Andrew doing it, and I don't see any of the other people remaining actually doing it. That said, there could be a startup that tackles this thing, right? Which I think is the case for Rust. If I remember correctly, there is a company, a startup that isn't the Rust project itself, that has made a fork of the Rust compiler. I think they have like standardized a subset of Rust, and they're trying to make it viable for automotive. Ferrous Systems, thank you. Yeah, people, if you have like info, feel free to pitch in chat. I'm happy to get help for this stuff. I know things vaguely, not precisely. So maybe the same will happen with Zig. That said, I have also a very vague understanding that in some areas, what you end up certifying is not the source code, but it is the generated machine code. So in those situations, Zig could be interesting because, the tendency of Zig is to create fewer instructions, less machine code than other languages, including Rust probably. So, from that perspective, let me put the music back on. But from that perspective, maybe there is some room for things to happen before 1.0. I don't know. I do think that, so while I don't see myself really lobbying too much, I do think that there will be some, organic interest moving forward, because I do think that there are, I had a chat, for example, recently with an individual that was interested in becoming a corporate sponsor for Zig. And he was telling me, he was like a person from California, software engineer that made, had success in like the past, in like the good times of software engineering in some ways. And he was telling me about how his experience working with big silicon companies, like companies that do hardware, who like care about microcontrollers, and they care about like energy consumption, not for doing some stupid greenwashing blog post to put on the AWS blog, but because energy consumption dictates how much the batteries in your device are going to last. So they're like actual features. And so we were chatting about this stuff, and what he was telling me, long story short, is that obviously these are like slow moving industries that need guarantees. Like they pretty much want a spec. They pretty much want a 1.0 version of the language. Actually, he was telling me that from his perspective, it might even be interesting, like if we are serious about like having a 1.0 that is like locked in after like taking a while to lock in 1.0, he was even suggesting to maybe even consider jumping right away to 2.0, because he was saying that in his experience, like in his industry, people consider 1.0 kind of still as a beta. They're like so skittish that they say, you know what, I'll wait for the 2.0 version so that they iron out some bugs from their initial release, which nowadays is very different. So long story short, the lobbying power of the Zig Software Foundation is limited, or rather, as a 501c3 company, Zig cannot do lobbying in the real sense of the term. I'm using lobbying though in a somewhat like more lax way. I'm saying lobbying as in, trying to convince other organizations to adopt Zig. We're not really much about that. I do not see myself, for example, stressing the Linux kernel so that they can start writing Zig, introducing Zig in the kernel. From my perspective, if they want it, great. If they don't want it, fine. That doesn't matter much. That said, I do think that for Zig, like if we take like a step back and we think, what is Zig's success condition, right? When do you say Zig has succeeded at its goal? And since our goal is not world domination, at the same time though, Zig should grow to some degree, in my opinion, to be worth it. In the sense that really, like, it's a project that has a cost. People are donating money to us, hoping that we produce something of value. And I think that like we need to complete the language. Yes, the community needs to grow a little bit, but also for me specifically, I feel like that the embedded space is where Zig is going to shine. I think that Zig is going to produce the maximum amount of value for humanity in the embedded space. My specific, thing that I visualize when I think about this would be cameras, like the one that I'm using right now. I feel like cameras are very interesting devices because they're complicated. They require a lot of software. They have budgets, right? They have thermal budgets. They have power budgets. They have size budgets. So all these things, in my opinion, I feel like that I would be able to get a better camera if the camera industry started using Zig, but it's gonna be a while before we get there. And I also think I like cameras because I feel like it's a very competitive space, and they don't have all the critical stuff. They don't have all the certifications needed for like airplanes and cars, right? So I feel like it's like probably a very interesting space. In any case, that's what comes to my mind. So I don't know. I'm sorry. The answer is kind of mixed in a sense. Like we're not really out there to take over the world, but I think at some point, hopefully, there will be some organic interest that comes out on its own, and obviously, we're going to support it because we do think that embedded space is something worth helping happen. Let's see. Sounds like Zig sits in the middle of a CRAS spectrum in a way. Yeah, in some ways. I tried to jam Rust into an automotive company and didn't make many friends doing that. I think Zig, if it was mature, would have been an easier sell at least. Well, in terms of like being an easier sell, I've seen also some of that. A while ago, so by being part of the Zig Software Foundation and doing, occasionally having these kind of discussions privately with people at companies and stuff, one thing that I've been told also is that one problem that certain companies have with Rust is the fact that it's not an easy sell. In your case, and the way I understand your sentence is that it wasn't a super easy sell to like within your company. In their case, what they were meaning specifically is that this was a company that had a product, a hardware product that they would sell to other companies. Think of like machinery that produces stuff. But that is still the kind of machinery where you, once you buy the machine, you still want to tweak the software a little bit. They think of like a production machinery, production line kind of thing. So what they were telling me is that they have this product that they sell to other companies successfully, but they tend to develop all the software that they can in Go, and they tried Rust, but they found that it's not an easy sell for them, because the customer needs then to acquire the internal expertise, right, to be able to tweak the thing that they're given. And Rust tends to be problematic in some ways, maybe because they can't find Rust developers, because it's not easy to train people to start using Rust. And like in general, Rust has like a kind of overhead that at least for them didn't seem to make much sense. When do you think we will get a Zig book for learning Zig? I'm new to programming and enjoy books for learning. I've been learning C, but I would like to a book to start trying to learn Zig. I know there is Learn Zig online, but I would like a book to be able to take it with me when I'm out and about. Plus, it would be nice to have something that explains the nuances of Zig. Yeah, so a full book that explains Zig, you know, from start to finish, would really get outdated super fast. Like the shelf life of anything that really tries to tell you about the language, especially if that includes the standard library, it's very short, the shelf life. I mean, I am working on a Zig book, but it is for a different audience. It is going to be aimed at people who have experience doing higher level programming languages. Doing higher level programming, so experience with higher level programming languages, who are interested in getting into lower level programming. And so I will basically introduce them to concepts that you know, you don't know if you've only done Python, for example. But I will assume that you already know how to program a bunch. I'm working on that. That's probably not going to be the answer to your question. I do think that ultimately we're going to get a book. We're going to get more than one book, for sure. But at the same time, in my opinion, I don't think that books can really be the best learning material. I know that it is annoying, but getting out there, finding resources, interacting with people in the community, reading blog posts written by people, that is actually how you really learn to use the language. Books are, I don't know, they're fine, but really they get you only up to a point. And in reality, you can get there yourself without all that much effort. That said, they're coming, so just be patient. The language, yeah, it's still a little bit too much in flux for that stuff to happen. I can tell you that we've been contacted, I think, by both publishers interested in asking us if we knew if anybody was interested in writing a Zig book. And my answer to that was this. My answer to that was a note about Zig books for the Zig community, where I basically say, listen, do whatever you want, but I think that publishers suck, and so I don't think that really you're gonna get anything from a publisher. So if you do want to write a Zig book, I would recommend do self-publish. Don't do it with a publisher. So my answer wasn't particularly, you know, wasn't particularly nice to the publishers. But I also know that some people have been writing something. The problem is that my general impression right now, and again, it's a general impression, I am not pointing out at anything or anybody specifically, but my general impression right now is that the people who would know how to write a good Zig book know that it's a little bit too early. And the ones who don't think it's too early are the ones who should not be writing Zig books. That is kind of my general impression right now. So be careful, because you can start to find stuff about Zig, like Coursera.org. I think, is this that has Zig? No, it's not Coursera, is it? Ziglang course. There's a Zig course somewhere. Assimilate Zig. What? Getting started with the Zig programming language. Huh. They got somebody to... Oh, it's just one thing. Huh. Okay, so I don't know anything about this. No. I'm not thinking about exorcism. The exorcism is actually fine. Like the exorcism is super fine. Wait, Zig programming course. I'm thinking of a paid thing. Oh, it's on Udemy. Yeah. Like this thing, they're asking for 50 euros to do this. I somehow suspect that this is not worth it. I suspect that this course is not worth that. I may be wrong. I haven't bought it, so I only seen the preview. But I am really not convinced. So be careful. Be careful, because one thing that I noticed is that, by the way, these things could be legitimate, but what I found out is that there's a lot of like what's the word for it? Grifters. There's a lot of grifters that started approaching the Zig ecosystem as Zig grew in popularity. So yeah. Let's see, from YouTube. I was initially hesitant to take up Zig, but having limited exposure to C and being predominantly higher level language based, Zig has been extremely user friendly and easy to update. Nice. Glad you had a good experience. Yeah. So I don't know. Be careful. That's just what I wanted to say. What algo will you use for the parser? I don't know. I am just gonna write down all the steps that I feel like make sense. I don't have in mind any specific algorithm, assuming those things even have a name. But I'm just gonna consume tokens and poop out nodes. That kind of the idea. Unless you mean an online book that can get updated. Yeah, but the problem is that even if it's an online book and can get updated, then you have to update it. And then, man, that is a hassle. Especially if you have narrative. Because if you only have like code samples, it still is work. It's still not easy. Like, it's still not free. But man, once you have narrative around stuff, it's a pain in the ass. I don't get a need for a spec. Language documentation, yes. But the formal spec is only useful if you intend to write another implementation and it is not needed for 1.0. That is fair, as it is not like strict need. Agreed. I do think that, as far as I know, right now Andrew considers the spec a prerequisite for 1.0. I don't know if this will stay like this forever, but it is, I believe, currently the case. As for the need of a formal spec, I agree that on a practical perspective, it is genuinely practically useful only if you're writing another implementation. But I do think that this is the kind of things that big industries, safety critical, blah blah blah, they do care about this stuff. And it may very well be just a checkbox, like you just check a box on a spreadsheet, on a form, and it might be that's all there is to it. They will still care about it. It is annoying. It is super annoying, but it is, how can I say, it is practically important also in that sense, for a different definition of practically, if that makes sense. If you want a good way to market Zig, I would say simple package. Simply packages match C code with Zig so that it builds. And the others will adopt that. We do plan to package a bunch of C things, that's for sure. We also have this has not been even really loudly announced yet, so these are things that we're gonna make some noise as we go forward. But if you go to GitHub, there's an organization called All Your Code Base. Hopefully people in chat know what the joke is here, what the meme is here. But the idea of All Your Code Base is for it to be a organization where we place C applications, well, C and C++ libraries, I guess, packaged for Zig. So like you want SDL, here's an SDL with a build.zig. And this one is like, it's literally just SDL. I don't even have binding. So you only get that. Want OpenSSL? Guess what? This OpenSSL has a build.zig. So We're not making a ton of noise about it yet, but the idea is to start putting things here. And if the official project is willing to adopt the Zig build system, great, obviously. But the idea is that if they don't, then people don't go annoy them. And instead, they say they can do this. They can say, you know what? Okay, fine. The official maintainers, they don't want it, but we'll do it. Here's a CPython. This is a fork of CPython package for Zig. Unnecessary files have been deleted. Build system has been replaced with build.zig. There are no system dependencies. The only thing required to build this is Zig. Does 1.0 readiness include the standard library or just the language? 1.0 includes the standard library. There is an argument to be made in maybe splitting the two things and like having a versioning for the language that is the language and not just the standard library. It's not going to be particularly interesting for most people, but for people doing embedded, for example, it will be more interesting because people in embedded, they tend to not use the standard library. That said, they tend to not use the standard library because they tend to get shitty standard libraries for embedded use from other languages, right? And even Rust has the no STD concept. But in Zig, it's not exactly the same thing. In Zig, you can use like the data structure implementations in an embedded space. You could debate whether they make sense or not, given for a specific use case, but they totally work because they don't assume the presence of a heap, for example. And so, long story short, there's actually a lot of things in the Zig standard library that you can use in embedded, and it's just like it requires a mindset shift compared to what your experience was with previous languages. That said, I've had discussions where people were saying that since in the embedded space people tend to not use the standard library, it might be worth breaking them apart. That said, as a general point, standard library stability is considered part of 1.0 readiness. Love the way you put it. The way I see it is that we rely on about 15 different tools for specification, design, code testing. Using Zig will really simplify testing and building mostly. Yeah, so one thing that you can do, by the way, and I don't know if it works for your specific use case, Leech Crow, but one thing that I've seen, so I mentioned talking with companies that do hardware that have been the one that had trouble selling Rust. So I spoke with these people because I was doing a workshop there to introduce some people to Zig. And one smart thing that they were doing was not adopt Zig as the core language for one project. So think about it this way. There was a manager at the company, and this manager is managing, teams, products. No, sorry, I don't know specifically what the duties of the manager were. But the point is, this manager is somebody who is in charge of also technical decisions that have like longer ramifications past a single project, right? So it's not just like a developer that says, "Man, I really want to use this language. Let's try to get it in." No, this was somebody with trying to make longer term plans. And with also a different perspective on like the responsibilities, the implications of like adopting a technology versus another. So what this person did was not try to get Zig in for one project. Well, like they didn't say, let's do a pilot project in Zig and see how that goes. What they did instead was, let's start adopting Zig as mainly as a tool chain that is always available to developers as part of our blessed technologies for everything that isn't the core thing. So they still do the core projects in whatever language they were using. So for some, I think it's C++. For some others, I think they might have even something with Rust. Some other things Go. But for example, whenever they need to compile C code, now they have the Zig toolchain at their disposal. And the idea is to start using Zig not vertically then in one project, but horizontally as a part of the quote-unquote platform that the developers have available at their disposal at the company. So the idea then is you start introducing this way. You start using Zig only for tooling, only for developer tooling, only for stuff that doesn't need to be, safety critical or whatever. And then you start working it this way. So you de-risk the adoption of Zig. You get something in return every step of the way, and then over time, once it finds its place, like in that layer, then you can start opening the discussion of what if we did this one project entirely in Zig. That's how they did it, and I think it's a smart approach. But again, comes from a perspective, from a managerial perspective, more than a software developer perspective. Although it depends on what kind of software developers you are, what kind of company you're in. So I'm not saying that if you're a software developer, you're not allowed to think about it in those terms. I'm just saying usually software developers do tend to think about language stuff in a different way. Let's see. Basim on YouTube. I didn't expect you to be on YouTube. So some of the stuff in the standard library is using too much stack. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Some things are just inherently not embedded friendly. Let's see. Zig would be nice if the job we currently have where I use C++. I am so sorry, man. We have terrible macro hacks. I am so double sorry. To convert enum to string and external programs, and 250,000 lines of XML files to deal with C++ being dumb. Zig wouldn't have this problem because comp time is powerful. Yeah, that sounds pain. I am so sorry. Compile with Google Chrome with Zig. The debug binary is at present 13 gigabytes with symbol. I have interest, but I cannot pull that off. I can only assist you in doing commits. Wait, do you work at Google and compile Chrome? Like, wait, are you talking about like literally using Zig to compile Chrome? To be fair, I'm guessing that the debug binary is not meant to be 13 gigabytes, even with symbols. But if there's something that doesn't get properly, if there's some sections that don't get properly cleaned up, that's something that can be fixed. By the way, you know what? Now that reminds me. Again, I don't know what the problem is there specifically, and I'm sure it's probably more than one thing, and maybe it has already been analyzed. But a while ago, we were having the opposite problem. We were having the problem that Go was, when using Zig as the C compiler with Go would ask the C compiler to generate object files for... let me try to remember exactly what was happening. So what was happening is that Go was asking the C compiler to build certain object files, and these object files were Go expected certain sections to be there, even though those were sections that, according to the compilation settings, were absolutely not needed. They were totally, what would you call it? Like, they were not referenced anywhere, let's say. Sorry, I forget how to describe this more specifically. But even though they seem to not be needed, actually then Go would afterwards do some introspection of these files to search for these sections and make decisions for dynamic linking, I think, and other purposes. And so we had to we had to somehow set a flag or something where it would say, yeah, do not vacuum sections, like useless sections, to not break Go. Something along those lines. I don't think we inserted any bad behavior. I some of these things I think are behind flags or something. But the point being is, who knows? Maybe this is like this might be something that relates to that. So I don't know. Maybe you already explored this, but just pointing it out. I feel like a community maintained wiki would go a long way. You can contribute to Zig Guide. Like Zig.guide does accept contributions. Of course, this is one person's project, so you might not agree on how things should be structured and said. So, you don't necessarily have to work with Soap, but this is open for contributions. There are other places where people write their own learning materials for Zig according to their sensibilities, and there are places for that. Like, you don't think that because you know, the fact that this stuff is not on the, I don't know, like official GitHub wiki of Zig, that don't let that stop you. That's what I meant to say. Let's see. I doubt it will ever work in my situation. The project is massive and the existing code base is too large. Criticality in my case is too high. I see. Let's see. I started learning Zig this week. Carl Seguin's tutorials are awesome. You know what's also is awesome? I should have pointed it out earlier. This dude, the builder, I think. Is this also his YouTube name? Yes. So check out this channel and check out these videos about Zig. He has a ton of videos telling you stuff about Zig, and I promise you this is not grift. Dude the Builder is very active member of the Zig community. He's really good, and he has written I think the go-to Unicode library in the Zig ecosystem. So check this out. Quality is slow because YouTube hates me, but yeah, it is readable, so don't worry. I'll send you a link to the channel. Copy. There you go. Do you know if there is a test suite you can use to test your HTML parser? I think there might be some. I do think that there are some like reference test suites probably that could be used. Honestly, I'm not super worried about that for now, but yeah. Also keep in mind that what I believe requires those kind of tests and like that level of like precision, I think it's needed, especially if you're writing a web browser, where the point is that you want to be consistent in everything, right? Not just parsing the HTML, but also in interpreting ambiguous situations and like dealing in like the DOM, having the DOM behave in a consistent way across implementations. So I think that that's where mainly the complexity lies. In terms of like building an AST on my own from Johnny's Tokenizer, I think we're probably plenty good in terms of like compatibility. That shouldn't be too hard. The thing about wiki versus guide is that the wiki doesn't need to be structured like a guide. It was a good guide, but Auto decided to make a page for each topic. Hope ZigDoc stays as one page. If you mean Autodoc, yeah, the Zig Autodoc is always... Oh no, I'm guessing you're talking about the reference. I think the reference is always gonna stay one page, yeah. Not guaranteed, but I think so. Okay, man. What a discussion. Oh yeah, people saying +1 to do the builder. Also, you know what? I'm gonna paste the link also on YouTube so that people don't miss out. Bezos decided that for some reason I can't log into my Twitch account login page complaining about wrong password, and password restore page complains about wrong email. Uh-oh. You got Bezoed. But if he complains about wrong email, it's like they lost your account somehow or something. Crazy. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that I should turn on YouTube comments in Bork and be a naughty boy. For example, you can have a wiki article about allocators going into specifics of the comparisons between the different types involved in the standard library, whereas such detail would be cluttered in a guide tutorial that is more linear format. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. That reminds me, actually. If you're not aware, something like this does exist. And you know where it's happening? On Zigit. On Zigit, there is a explain section, well, category, I guess, where they have these deep dives, I guess you could call them, on topics and ideas in a more unstructured way. So yeah, there is no linear narrative. Like you're just getting into these things, and so you have to, once you get inside, you have to scroll to the top. But let me see if I can find. Why am I? What is this? Okay, this is very short. Let me try to find something that is closer to what I'm thinking. Also, I think explain brainstorming. Oh, maybe it's docs that I was thinking about. Yeah, you know what? I think I was thinking of docs. Yeah, like look at this. What is a benchmark? Blah 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 blah. Bunch of things. Let's see. Allocation is not initialization. How to use compiler explorer with Zig. Pointers to temporary memory. Unreachable. Oh yeah, unreachable also spawned a bunch of discussion. Like an explanation about unreachable. So some of this is happening on Zigit. Yeah, you might not like this course, but I would say that Zigit as a community is, in my opinion, good enough to... I think it's worth using a tool that you might not super like. I think they have like a bunch of very good discussions on there. Zigit metaprogramming is amazing. It's something I'll forever miss in every programming language from now on. It just makes sense. I agree. It does just make sense. Man, when I occasionally switch from Zig to Go, oof, it's pain. It's pain. It really is pain. Okay, so we were talking about how do we do the current node? Where do we write down what we saw or didn't see? You know what? Let's start doing it in the most naive way, and then we move forward or something like this. Let me think about it for a moment. Okay, so here's, I think, what I want to do. So, for example, should we have a node in our AST for comments at all? For now, I'm assuming that I want to have that. I'm not sure I really do want that. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. Let's not lose information for now. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a method on the parser for this. So pub function. Insert node. Add node. Analyze node. Start tag. I built for LLVM 18 yesterday. The only issue I had was LDB 18 dev installation. Put node. Orbax, be aware that so I'm saying it to you since you're pointing this out, but also in case anybody here wants to build Zig from scratch, from source, or to contribute, or rather, I would say, only build Zig from source if you want to contribute. If you don't want to contribute, just get a pre-built version. It's less pain. Just get one of those, good enough. But if you want to contribute, then building Zig from scratch is, from source, it's, I guess, a necessary step, which means also that you need to get LLVM. The correct version of LLVM, which right now it's 18. What I would say about this is that you can get LLVM from your package manager. For example, on Mac, you can get LLVM 18 from what's it called? You can get it from Brew, and other distros and OSs have their own way of getting. They will have LLVM packaged probably. But you have two problems. One is that they will take a while to have the latest version of LLVM packaged, and it might be that Zig switches to the new version of LLVM faster than your package manager provides it to you. Second problem, those package managers, they always mess around with LLVM. They always make changes to it and weird things out. So if you want to have a reliable the way of getting LLVM that you know it always gonna work. It is always going to work. It's never going to give you bad surprises. Build LLVM from scratch. Don't install it. I tried minimal installation and it took me 2 hours to compile and then crashed my PC. Wait, you're saying that you tried to build LLVM? So here's what I'm referring to more specifically. Like in more concrete terms, here's what I suggest you do. You click source code, get to the repository, click on wiki, then click on building Zig from source, and then you follow the instructions, the correct instructions, which are like maybe option A. I usually do option A. But as you can see, this is telling you to use brew, which is fine, and it's gonna work. But if you want to be even more rock solid, click on how to build LLVM. By the way, what usually happens, what you described, so I don't know if you use this guide. I would highly recommend you really... Okay, so I think here there are 2 points. One is, you want to make a release build of LLVM. I think the bug build, it's like insanely huge. Point number 1. And point number 2, you need to use this guide. If you don't use this guide, then you might have trouble. For example, if you're saying that it poops itself, it's because I think I got it to work by limiting the amount of cores. Yes, exactly. That's what this thing also does. This guide also does for you. Let me see if I can show you. So this is Windows. This is POSIX. Yeah, this is what you do on POSIX, right? You git clone the right version. It even clones the correct branch already so that you don't have to fetch everything. CMake and then Ninja install. And look at here, what is it? To parallel link jobs. This is the thing that avoids crashing. Like by default, apparently CMake doesn't limit the number of parallel linking jobs, and there is not going to be any check that you have enough resources in your system to be able to sustain all the parallel linking, and this is where things start pooping themselves. Use the Zig guide. I've done it. I've done this myself, and what's written in here works. Run these commands, and they will work. Also do the release one. Don't do the debug one. The debug one is going to be bad. Keep in mind that these are separate, right? Building Zig from source tells you how to build Zig from source and assume that you already have like an LLVM present, which is usually assumed to be from the package manager. But then there's a separate one, how to build LLVM, libclang, libthis, libthat. And then you want to skip Windows and then go down to POSIX right away. And POSIX works for, well, as the name implies, macOS and Linux also. Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll call it init or something. I don't know. Sorry if this was asked already. I haven't followed the Zig scene for a while and I can't find anything. What's the standard package manager for Zig? Maybe the word gyro, zone, Zig mode. So zone is a file format. So I think that is the one, but it is a file format. It wasn't never the name of a package manager. So right now the package manager is Zig build. The official package manager is Zig build. It is not like full-fledged yet, like it doesn't do like version resolution, but it does fetch dependencies for you, and it works. So you run, basically what you do is you create a zone file, or you have the, you know, the Zig init subcommand generate one for you. You put in there the commit or tarball of what you want to depend on. You also need to put there a hash of that, but if you don't put the value, then the thing will complain and tell you what the expected hash is supposed to be, so you can put it there. And then through that system, you will have basically that dependency there. Its build.zig will be automatically analyzed by Zig, and then that dependency will be available to you in your build.zig file, so that at that point you can add it into your import table, or reference maybe executables like tools that the dependency has. If you want some examples of this, so I think that let's see. Can we search in this section? Is there a search? Search in docs, yes. How to package a Zig source module and how to use it. Well, for example, this guide should tell you some of the basics. And then if you want some more advanced stuff, learn. This guide is not always going to be here. We plan to move it, beware, but for now it works. There's this. And if you want one example of a funky system, and again, this is you should look for more normal examples first. But if you want an example for something funky, check out my static site generator. It basically creates a it itself is a dependency that you will use for your own website. So when you create a website project, you will have your own build.zig. But what you will do in there is reference, like use functions that I declare in this build.zig. So basically, my static site generator Zin is a collection of tools that all get orchestrated through the Zig build system. And so when you create a website, you call, you import Zin and then you do zin.addWebsite. And so you basically invoke my code, but by passing in your builder. And so I will use my code to attach a bunch of jobs to your build, a bunch of tasks. So this is a funky example of the type of things that you can pull off with the Zig build system. And I think that's it. No problem. You know what? Maybe the parser should really have an init. It gives you a parser. And inside it does this. Okay, now that we are in the parser, I think it makes more sense to give it more state, I think. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure what it is that I gained by doing this. Let me think about it for a moment. I didn't really gain much because I can pass down... I can pass down the tokenizer at that point, but doesn't change much. Okay, you know what? Let's start doing it in really the most naive way, and then we course correct at some point. Okay, so we have a current node. We start looking at the first token. We switch the token. That's something we absolutely need to do at this to the point where I'm gonna make this an expression. So we switch the token right away, and so we're looking at all the possible situations. So our token is a doc type, a start tag, an end tag, something else. Okay, so let's say that it's a doc type. So if it's a doc type, what we do is that we say that the current node is a doc type. So current dot tag equals dot doc type current I should call it maybe left hand side and right hand side or something, because like right now I'm calling this a start tag, but it's not a start tag. It's only a start tag for elements. For these other guys, it's not really a start tag. Whatever. So start tag is going to be DT. That's the token, and current dot end tag is null because there is no closing thing. Doc type doesn't have a closing thing. What else do we have in here? Parent, first, next. Right. So parent is already set. That's because it's a special case version. We're kind of like creating a new node at this point here. Yeah, maybe current should be just root. Okay. And actually, no, wait, what am I doing? Current is root. So we start at root. And so we find a VT, and so we add a new... Okay, so here's the problem. Okay, now I remember. The problem is that we're adding like a sibling to the root node. We're not adding a child. What's the function that... It's not append. There's a function that adds a slot and gives you a pointer to it. Put? No. Can you please tell more about the current status of the Zig concurrency model? Add. Let's see. Add 1. Oh yeah, thank you. It's add 1. Thank you very much. Thank you, X2. So the current state of the concurrency model. So when it comes to like what your system supports, all this stuff is implemented. So you can have threads, obviously. We do have support for IO routing in the standard library. So if you want to do anything that uses, well, also the usual suspects, like you want to use epoll, you have it. KQ, you have it. IO routing, you have it. What else is there? Like select, poll, I don't know. All these system APIs are covered. And I think especially like what's interesting about this is not surprising, but what's interesting about this, I think it's that IO routing is, I believe it's well implemented. I don't have first-hand experience, unfortunately, but I know that Tiger Beetle does heavy use of it, and they contributed to Zig code for it. So all the system APIs are covered. In terms of what the language itself offers you, Zig being a low-level programming language, it's not going to give you like channels. You obviously can implement channels, and I think we might have something in the standard library, but in any case, like you can implement your own stuff somewhat trivially, or rather, no, a good implementation of a channel is not trivial, but this stuff is out there, it exists. King, I think, wrote, I don't know, 100 of these things already, so you can get those semantics if you want. Obviously, they're not going to be enforced fully by the language, right? They're just going to be normal data types that you use. So you can use a channel, but it's not going to be as deeply integrated in the language like it is in, say, Go, for example. Zig did have an implementation of async await, which, to be clear, Zig being a low-level programming language, an implementation of async await is only... If you think about async await, I don't know, in JavaScript, that tends to include the language keywords, the event loop, and whatever makes the event loop work. Here, I'm talking about just the language keywords, because in reality, Zig has the API stuff. It used to have a POC quality event loop. So we did have an event loop, not particularly fancy, but we did have one, and that is entirely in userland. So if you have an event loop, it's going to be part of the standard library or a third-party package, so it doesn't need anything special in the language. And so that leaves async await as keywords. Async await as keywords, as I said, Zig had support for them, but they were not re-implemented when we switched to the self-hosted implementation of the compiler. They are planned to be re-implemented at some point, but they are being deprioritized because async await has some problematic interactions with the memory model. And until these wrinkles in the Zig memory model are solved, then async will probably stay in that limbo. Because the problem is that async await is interesting in Zig, especially because we have a somewhat unique opportunity to implement what I describe as colorblind async await, namely a type of async await that isn't as viral as it is in other languages, or rather, it is viral for the way that memory ends up being structured, like data ends up being structured in memory, but it is not as viral when it comes to source code. In other languages, you have like the blocking version and the async version of the same thing. In Zig, you wouldn't need to do that. So it is a genuinely interesting thing, and we are, I believe, in a somewhat unique position to explore a never seen before flavor of async await. I don't know if you're T Martiro. I don't know if you read my blog post about async await in the past. If you haven't, I recommend you check it out. Cooperative coroutines. Yeah, I guess so. Stackless also, to be precise. Cooperative stackless coroutines. Although, I don't know if you could call them coroutines. Maybe yes. It's just one frame though. It's basically just you get only one frame. It's not like green threads. But this stuff is not implemented yet. So it is interesting. I'm not sure if it will get back into the language. It's not being completely cut away, but there are these problems that need to be solved. And unless there's a solution, async will have to wait. Using async in JavaScript is a pain. Use it once and suddenly your whole program is async functions. That is the nature of async. Yeah, you can't really... Cooperative means that it will need some runtime for managing coroutines. In this case, well, the way I understand cooperative is as opposite to preemptive. So so it means that the thing needs to yield control, and it will not be, and the system doesn't have a way of yanking it. So in my understanding, you need a runtime for yanking control from the thing, and you don't need a runtime for cooperation because there is no runtime that needs to yank it away. So, but long story short, what happens with Zig async is that async, all it does is basically rewrite a function into like multiple stages. And then you have a event loop that you normally use to schedule the execution of an async coroutine up to a certain point. And then and it runs to a certain point, and then at some point it suspends, it yields control. And then you, I don't know, subscribe to something from IO-Oring or EPOL or whatever, and passing a pointer to that frame, and then that frame gets resumed by another thread once you get a notification from the OS stuff. But right now this is not implemented. So right now, if you want to implement this stuff, you will have to use callbacks. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would say that parent Also, having a pointer to current, I don't think is just enough. I think we need also current index, because this guy doesn't know who it is. No problem. By the way, if you really want to get an idea of how the syntax used to work, so if we re-implement it, I believe the syntax will stay largely the same. Actually, I would probably say that it stays exactly the same. It might change how it works in some other details, but this will still stay true. So check this out. If you haven't seen it yet. Where's my plus? Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we add a new one, and I think we should say, wait a second. I think I can I still do the +1 -1? Nah, I can't always do the +, -1. No, it's more complicated. Oh man. Doing this stuff on stream after 3 hours. So we need to keep around the old parent itself, I think, and its index. So maybe I should do like new instead of reassigning to current right away. Yeah. So this is the new guy, and we say that the new tag, new start tag, new end tag, whatever. It's this stuff. Then we say that a new dot parent idx. What is parent idx then? It's the current, so we are adding it as a children to the previous node. Is this a good idea or not? Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, so the parent index is gonna be current index, then current dot first child index. But do we know if this is gonna be the first child? I guess we can do a check, right? If it's set to 0, then we are the first child. So we do that. We set ourselves. Otherwise, what do we do? The problem is that if you go up, you're not really able to add easily a new child, right? They need to know how to add themselves as siblings. Okay, let's say that we set the root one to 0. So first child index is 0. Current index +1. I would expect so. Otherwise, I think we should answer this. We should expect, if we're adding ourselves as a children, we should expect this. Let me think about it for a moment. The problem is that this is going to work for the first time, but let's say there are two dog types, one after the other. We can't assume that the second dog type is a children to the first one, can we? I guess we need to decide if the next... Somewhere we need to write down if the next thing is going to be a children or a sibling of the current node, I guess. Like, how do we know this though? Yeah, we kind of have to have the knowledge whether we are expanding inside of a node. Or if we're adding something as a sibling. Yeah, let's think about this specific case where the source code is this. There are two, one after the other. So the first one we kind of want to put as a child to the root node, ideally, although a sibling would be fine too. We just need to know how it works. Like we need to just agree on something that on how that works. But then after we add this, we need to be centered on this node and realize that we don't want to go inside. Why? We realize that because of the nature of the node. Right, this is a type of node that doesn't want children. While another node, if this were a div, without first seeing a closing tag, then we know that we want to go inside. We just don't want to go inside because of the type of the node. So, yeah, I guess we need to just write it down as a form of state. Var, I don't know, direction. And it can be in or after, maybe. Like we want to go in the node or after the node. And we start with in because that's what we do with the root node. So here we create a new node and then we need to decide where to place it. And we do this based on direction. If we're in the in direction, then we do this. And if we are in the after direction, we need to do something else. Okay, let's revisit what we're doing here. So we're saying that we want to go in, so the new parent is going to be the current index. I think we should assert, honestly, this. I think we should assert that. Okay, and we set the first child to that value. Also, I think that we should do it like this. New dot star so that we don't forget fields. Actually take it back because it's only these other things. Not sure if other feels the same. This background music is distracting. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So you know why I am not doing the Lofi stuff right now? It's because I started live streaming on YouTube, and man, YouTube keeps sending me annoying emails about my stuff being claimed, because every single freaking music out there is being claimed by some stupid industry thing, and I find it annoying. So since I am paying for a subscription to like these kind of services that give you stuff, that they give you like access to music, I started using it. To be fair though, I'm not particularly good at it. So maybe let's see. Can I search for Lofi here? There's a Lofi channel. You know what? Let's play some Lofi from this. Hopefully it's not that bad. Let me know also if you think the volume is too high or low. So we set these tags, and so we said that parent is the current node. Oh, this is what we want to set first. Child ID X. Want to set this to 0. I'm using 0 as a sentinel value because it's never going to be correct, or like it's never going to be like a valid thing. 0 means like it's kind of like null in a sense. And we need to set the parent. So parent ID X is the current index. Current index for child. It's current index plus 1. Well, we can do this, since we have to do it anyway. So we move the current index at that point, and then we move what current is. So this is where if we are going in. If you're going after the current node, then we want to add a sibling. So we want to say that, do we want to set the parent index at this point? Yeah. So new.parent IDX is current.parent. IDX, then new, then current dot next IDX, I think that's how it is. Now the thing is though, if we find a doc type, we know that the next move is to go after. Okay, what else could we find? A star tag, right? So we find a star tag. Guess we do this. It's mostly gonna be the same, actually. So we add a new one. We say that it's element. We find a star tag. We don't know about anything about the end tag. We set it to null. Yes. There's child index. Zero, next ID is 0, blah, blah, blah. We need to decide in which direction we glue this element, but the direction thing tells us, and actually this thing is always the same now that I think about it. Like this is exactly the same every single time. And then we set the direction. There's like this stuff could be collected outside almost. It seems almost like this stuff could be collected outside. The problem is that if we collect this outside, then we need to collect outside also the direction. That means that we're gonna need 2 switches. Or we make this a function. You know what? Copy paste for now. It's gonna be good enough. So we find a start tag. We know that we're adding a new element. We're setting everything correctly, and then we're saying, okay, where do we put this? Inside of the current element or after? So let's say we put it after. Then yeah, we do this. Then what do we do after? Well, here's the thing. If it's a start tag, then we go inside. And then let's do an end tag for symmetry. So end tag is going to be more interesting, I think. Let's see, end tag. Find an end tag, add a new one. Oh wait, no, here's the thing. No, we don't do a new node. If we find an end tag, let's say that we see this. Like a div and a slash div. We see this tag, we create a new node, we say that the direction is in, not it, and the direction is in, so we are expected to go inside. We are still centered on this element, but we see an end tag. And the end tag, the first end tag that you see in well-formed HTML is always corresponding to the closest tag that you're in, isn't it? No, it is not. Because we could have seen this, for example. Or something, like, or meta. Seeing a doc type inside a div, it's not all that interesting, but point is, you know, it doesn't always match. This closing tag could belong to either the current node or the parent. Yeah, and if I nested things correctly, that's how it has to be. So it's either the current node or the parent. So I guess what we have to do is look at the current node. Is this something that would make sense to close with this? And if not, we go up. Until either we find a satisfying match or it's like an error, basically. Okay, so we see an end tag. We're not adding a new node. No. We're saying, okay, let's see what we're looking at. Or, you know, actually, maybe the direction can tell us. If it is a node that has direction in, then that is the node that we need to close. If this is a node that left us in direction after, then it's a node that doesn't need to be closed, because div will leave us in direction in, but doctype and meta will leave us in direction known. And now that I think about it, this direction is not really necessarily a state that you set arbitrarily, but it's more like a function of the type of node that you've seen. So it's like it's a property, well, yeah, of the node. Like the root node has an in. It's an in type of node. But the but that said, like if I see a div and I see the start tag of a div, I want to go in, but then if I return to the div because I see the end tag, then at that point I don't want to go in anymore. Now I want to exit, and it's still one node. So the direction depends also on whether you've seen the other thing or not. But I think we can make it as a function. Although, so if it's null, I'm saying that I want to go inside. I might have trouble with this scheme when I find like stuff with missing things, but you know what? We'll change things once we really get there for real. Just a hunch. So return dot after, I guess. If we do have an end tag, then we just want to go past it. Okay, and element void. Actually, oh god, yeah, this one is just return after right away. Comment. Oh, comment. Actually, I don't know. Huh. I think it's return not in, but we'll see. It's probably. I think that comment actually behaves like an element. I think that's how comment behaves. And then there's text. So in a sense, these guys are the same. Okay, let me see if this makes sense. So if it's the root node, we want to go inside if we haven't seen anything. Otherwise, we want to go after. To be fair, actually, this doesn't really matter because everything is a children to the root node. So maybe we could even panic if we try to access this function in a different situation. You know what? Let's panic. Because I think this should not happen. Or we could even catch unreachable here. Or like just put unreachable. I think this should be unreachable. Which I guess is just like a shitty way of asserting the condition above. Okay, so let's assert the condition and then return in. And we're obtain the same thing. Okay. Then if it's an element or a comment, let's move this. Well, okay. If it's an element or a comment, the question is: did we close this? Did we find a closing? If we haven't found anything to close it with, then we will still want to go inside. If we have found it, then we want to go after it. Okay. So now direction doesn't need to be something stateful that we look into. We can do switch current dot direction. So we find the current node's direction. So let me think about it. For a couple examples, root is gonna say that it wants to go in. doc type will say that it wants to go after. We don't set the direction anymore. Oh, that's nice. Not having to set the direction anymore makes it easier to have these things, to collect these things at the end. So let's do this. Oh, that is so nice. Okay, so we have this switch, but then at the end we do this. Let's see, we don't know yet what we want to do here. This is the same thing. Okay, so let's take a look. First switch, we look at T and we say, okay, this is this. If it's a doc type, that's a new node. If it's a start tag, that's a new node. If it's an end tag, it's gonna be something more complicated. No matter what. Shit, we don't have new here. I can put new up here, but I can't add a new node every single time. Oh no, all my plans of glory, they're falling apart. Shit, we don't have new here, and new is needed. Ah, man, that's so annoying. All my dreams of glory falling apart. Yeah, it's fine. Christoph, my sincere apologies up front for asking a question not related to the work you're doing here. It's fine. Wanted to know about your experience regarding Ghosty Terminal. Also, does it have a JSON-based settings manager or a UI-based settings manager? Apologies once again. No worries, no worries. My experience with Ghosty has been fucking fantastic. This is my official statement. It's really good. It's not completely bug-free, but the bugs that people are experiencing are extremely minor, non-deal breakers, and ultimately part of the reason why there's like this closed beta system. So it's been really, really good. In terms of configuration, it doesn't have a JSON-based settings thing, but it has its own language, its own configuration format, which is super trivial. It's like key equals value, so like super basic. I believe this is not necessarily the final configuration format that the language that the terminal will have forever, but it's the one that they have now. And in any case, it's like it's simple enough. It's simple enough. You don't have to worry much about it. I do believe that it is also planned to have a UI version of it, like a UI that allows you to modify that file, but it is not currently implemented as far as I know. I don't have the latest build of Ghosty with me right now, installed on this system, but I don't think it's there yet. It is planned though. So I would say it's just good. Like, but also more in general, I have an extremely positive impression of Ghosty, also in terms of like how the project is being run. Mitchell has been very thoughtful and precise in moving things forward, and I think it's gonna open sooner than later. Also, by the way, just join the Discord so you have a chance of getting inside. I don't know how big the invite waves are right now, but yeah, so if you're really interested, consider doing that. But it shouldn't be super long before I think Mitchell opens it, because it's already pretty solid. And the fact that it's like Mitchell has been working a lot on performance, also not only him, also with the support of other contributors. So like just in general, it's a super thumbs up from me. That's my impression. Okay, so we found an end tag. Well, if we found an end tag, then the question is the current node that we're in already closed or not? I guess that's the first question that we have to ask, right? And if it's not already closed, the question is, are we a match? So, question number 1, are we closed already? So if, maybe even while. Oh, that is interesting. Okay, so now I get it. Now this is where different failure recovery systems will interpret the HTML in different ways. But we don't have to worry about being consistent and behave exactly like everybody else. I'm thinking of the case where like you have a tag, a closing tag that doesn't match any of the previous ones. Like what does usually happen? How does the parser recovers in that case? And I think in our case, yeah, that's a good question. What should we do at that point? Do you just ignore the closing? You know what? It might be worth taking a look at what other things do, just to see their behavior. We don't necessarily need to match them, but in any case. So the idea is, I guess, while current dot while current dot end tag is different than null. Also, what do we do for root? Do we set it to null? No, this stuff needs to be... This needs to be null. So we keep going up to the parent. Ghosty is definitely far ahead of most of the competition, except for Kitty though. It's still a long way from catching Kitty, and Kitty is released and stable today. In which dimensions would you say that Kitty is far ahead compared to Ghosty? Like, I feel like in terms of performance, they're both fine, I think. Kitty, as far as I know, Kitty doesn't have a GUI settings thing, right? So they don't have that. They also just ask you to modify a configuration file. I'm guessing there are some escape sequences that are supported by Ghosty, by Kitty, that Ghosty doesn't do yet, right? Kitty has full support for the, well, Kitty image protocol, graphics protocol. That's one for sure. Was the link protocol, what is it, OSC 7? Was that implemented in Ghosty? I guess I maybe could answer my own question. Yeah, no, this is not it. I think OSC 7 has not been implemented yet. You know what? We can go check it out. Oops. Oh, wait, is it 8? Oh, yeah, sorry, it's 8. This is still open, so OSC 8 has not been implemented yet. 5 days ago. What happened? It would be a nice UI feature to somehow show the OSC target on hover or some other event. Oh, yeah, that would be nice. So, okay, so this is not implemented yet. I don't know. How many other like important protocols are still missing? I'm not sure. Okay, so we keep going up. And I think what we should do is also check that parent index is not 0. Like if parent index is 0, then we kind of have a problem. Or it's an error. But also a side effect of doing this is that if a typoed thing implicitly closes everything when it shouldn't, I guess we could keep track of the last thing that we had. Maybe we can ignore the thing that doesn't close anything. Kitty has a lot of features that Ghosty doesn't have yet, including a full remote control protocol and extension support. Oh yeah, well, fair point, yes. Yeah. You know what? I'm actually curious. I was saying that that I didn't care about what other things did, but now I'm genuinely kind of curious. So hx test.html. What happens if I do this? Okay, what happens now? Because these... Oh, okay, the indentation here is saying that we're closing one div. The div doesn't match... according to the auto formatter that I'm using right now, this div doesn't match anything. So it gets just ignored. Now that I think about it, it doesn't matter that I check above because that I go up. Let me think about it for a moment. What if I did have this? This div, this last element shouldn't be considered. So we look at the parent, but this doesn't match the parent. And since it doesn't match the parent, what if this did match body though? Okay, so it does keep going up for a match. But if it doesn't find any, it doesn't implicitly close anything. It just leaves it there as a dangling thing. Okay. So we look at the current thing. And if it is already closed, so we save the current before this process. Okay, so we save the original current and we say, okay, this one was actually already closed. Let's go up. And to be fair, if we go up, we should let me think about it for a moment. Going up should immediately land us to something that has no end tag. There is no way we should be able to go up and find something that was already closed. So this isn't a while, this is an if. If the current one does have an end tag, then we want to go up because it seems that we're trying to close its parent. And then we say, okay, from now on, we expect the end tag to be null. We expect every single thing that we're going to see to not have an end tag yet. So we can assert it, but then we match and we go up matching. So while true, I guess, assert the current doesn't have an end tag. And then we check, does our thing match that other thing? If et dot std mem dot equal, actually we can do std dot ascii dot equal ignore case. A is gonna be current dot start tag dot right. It has to be a start tag. Dot slice with et dot slice, I guess. Man, this is like beautiful. This is beautiful not. Maybe the comma is better there. Let me see. Oh, you can't. Oh yeah, right, you can't. Yeah, then comma, here it is. Okay, one thing I definitely want to try, why I definitely want to try Ghosty is because it supports native tabs. I've always loved the iTerm because of this. Yeah, okay, so we compare them and they are the same. What does tell us? I'm actually not sure if slice is the correct thing, but whatever. Let's say that this is what we should do. So we found a match. So it means that current dot end tag is ET. That works. And we succeeded. And so that means that we break. Otherwise, we need to go up. So if this didn't succeed, we need to go up. So we need to say if current dot parent idx. If we like at the root level, then we failed. Then that's another break, but we need to first restore what the current node is. That's a failure. Otherwise, I think this could be structured probably in a nicer way. Well, otherwise, we do go up. Also, I keep forgetting my ampersands. These are pointers. Okay, otherwise we go up and continue. Hello, hello. So, this is not bad. Original current, local variable is never mutated. You're right. Fast. There you go. So this algorithm then is gonna try to find a matching start tag. If it finds it going up, great. If it doesn't find it going up, we completely ignore it and we restore it. This completely ignoring it completely is wrong though. What we should need to do is add a what do we do? Do we create a node for this? I don't know, but we should create an error at least. So we should try p.errors.append something. I don't know yet what. But we need to append something. We need to append some kind of thing that represents an error because we define an error that represents a spurious closing end tag. Yeah. So we need to point it out. But we can still continue. What's nice about this is that we can just like live our life. We can keep living our life. That is nice. So this is what you need to do for end tags, apparently. Next is all the other types of tokens that I haven't managed yet. Like there's all the error types that we haven't handled. There's attributes also that we haven't handled. We need to decide what to do with attributes. We might want to skip them and then reparse them later on when we need them. I'm not sure. In any case, we did some work. This was nice. So this has been a 4-hour long stream. I hope everybody had some fun and you found some of the things that we did today interesting. I'm finally happy that I was able to bang out some lines on stream. I don't know why, it's been tough getting back into it for some reason. But we had a nice UTF-8 discussion. We did some progress with both the tokenizer and the parser. And then we also had some interesting discussions about Zigmore in general. So I hope that people had a good time. Let me see who is live so I can decide if I want to raid anybody. Let's see. Wait. Let's see. Hey Sob. I don't see any of the usual people that I know of, so I think I'm gonna be lazy and not raid anybody. I'm sorry. I know that I was raided and I should keep raiding. Actually, let me just do one check. Is anybody announcing their stream in Discord? I think nobody has done that. Yep. So I'm gonna be lazy. Apologies. So everybody, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you soon. Bye bye.